Chapter 29. With the help of Tianyin, Rain Pavilion's reputation suddenly soared. Many guests came to buy this high-grade spirit tool. It was quite popular. Tianyin doesn't seem to be tired. He is constantly refining upper-level spirit tool. When the spiritual power in the body is insufficient, he will give himself a recovery pill. It will be 100 times more energetic. Tianyin's body swayed. Almost fell to the ground. He felt tired. Young Master are you okay? Ziyue has been accompanying him. In addition to being busy with some guests, the rest of the time is watching Tianyin refine spirit tools. A little bit absent-minded. It seems that I have been refining for too long. Tianyin shook his head. After refining 6 high-grade spiritual weapons, he finally felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. His spirit felt weak. He had refined too many in the past few days. Even if he can replenish his spiritual power, but to replenish his spiritual power, he still needs a good rest. Young Master, it seems that you have to take a good rest. I will let those guests come next time. You have to rest well. These days, you have been refining tools. You haven't had a good rest. Ziyue persuaded. Tianyin nodded and wondered. Wind Pavilion, there is no movement now. There is no movement for the time being. They don't have as many high-grade spirit tools as we do. It is impossible for them to choose to sell at a lower price. When Ziyue talked about Wind Pavilion, she immediately became excited. For so many years, our Heavenly Rain Pavilion has been suppressed by Wind Pavilion. This time, thanks to young Master Yi's help. Otherwise, we really can't vent our anger. No need to thank me. Tianyin smiled indifferently. He himself has gained a lot of benefits here. There are a lot of materials here. He can upgrade his level. He can also improve his proficiency. Why not? In any case, on behalf of Rain Pavilion, I thank young Master Yi. Ziyue said solemnly, if possible, can I invite young Master Yi to become a guest of our Rain Pavilion? It doesn't matter if I become a guest elder, but I can't come here often. You have to think this through. If you think that I can always provide you with high-grade spirit weapons, then you're thinking too much. He couldn't stay here forever. He just came down to buy some things. If it wasn't for Kong Xingfeng, he probably wouldn't have worked so hard. He would only go according to the normal process, which was to purchase some materials, refine them successfully, sell them, and buy a portion of them back. This way they can slowly earn more money, so that Jade Palace can grow stronger. But he didn't do it for Jade Palace, but for his aunt. I've never thought of that. I just want young Master Yi to be a guest elder. You can come and visit when you're free. Ziyue knew that she could not force Tianyin too much. As long as she kept Tianyin around, there would be opportunities in the future. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for completing the quest. Help Rain Pavilion suppress Wind Pavilion, gaining 5,000 EXP, 100 favorability points from Ziyue, 10 prestige points, 500 gold. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for breaking through to 4th level spirit refinement realm. That's it. It seems that Heaven's refinement is quite good. Tianyin was happy. Staying here to refine tools, improving his cultivation is much faster than killing monsters. It's just that the reward is relatively low. It's not like killing monsters. There are a lot of items. Then I'll go back to my room to rest, and then I'll continue refining. Tianyin nodded. He felt a little dizzy. After saying goodbye, he planned to go back to his room to rest. But after a few days, he planned to go back because there's not much time left in Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. When he returned to his room, he clicked on the property bar to see his current situation. Player, Tianyin level, 14 4th level spirit refinement realm, EXP, crazy point, 382 prestige, 20 points cultivation technique, Dark North Divine art martial arts, Absorbing Stars great technique, Eagle Claw art, Falling Feather sword technique, Floating Cloud steps weapon, Frost fist armor, Snow Wolf battle boots, Divine armor divine ability, Crazy mode. Luck or leveling up experience has increased a lot. The difficulty has doubled. It's not as easy as before. But overall, it's still easy. At least it's better than those crazy cultivators who can't break through. Not bad. Keep working hard. Tianyan nodded, just when he was about to rest. A cold light flickered from behind him, stabbing straight at his back. It was extremely fast and silent. Ding, warning, warning, danger, danger. The system's sound kept popping up, like an alarm, constantly reminding him. Is there an assassin? The next moment, Tianyan shouted. Divine armor, fully activated. The moment it was activated, Tianyan felt his back sink, and he was sent flying forward, but before he landed, he heard someone was sent flying, hit the wall, and let out a muffled groan. Who sneak attacked me? Tianyan was shocked. Everything was so quiet, he didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for the system warning him to be sneak attacked, he really didn't know someone was sneak attacking him. He didn't expect this system to have an alarm function, reminding him who is going to sneak attack him. When he looked back, he found a man in black lying on the ground. Under the terrifying force, the other party was directly shocked and seriously injured. Fortunately, I have divine armor, otherwise I would really die. Tianyan's eyes are cold, staring at the assassin. Divine armor effect. Has the effect of reflecting damage. Can reflect half of the opponent's power back. But it is limited to melee damage. This power. The assassin struggled to climb up. He felt it was incredible. He didn't know what he stabbed. The terrifying force directly shocked him and seriously injured him. Who the hell sent you here? Tianyan said coldly as he walked towards the assassin. Every step he took was heavy. The assassin's eyes moved slightly, suddenly bounced up and sprinted towards him. His speed is faster than the average spirit refinement realm cultivator. The assassin's cultivation has reached the level of 3rd level of spirit refinement realm, which is quite amazing. Freeze. At this moment, Tianyan used the effect of Frost Fist, spent some crazy point. The cold air suddenly came out, freezing the assassin in the air. The assassin suddenly became dumbfounded. He found that he can't move. I knew you would use this trick. You would rather die than admit it. That's good. Then you will become my experience. Crazy mode, luck aura, activate. After activating double crazy, Tianyan swung his fist and hit the assassin heavily. The whole Frost Fist shined with a bright light. The assassin's eyes are glowing with blue light, but he can only watch Tianyan's attack. He can't even escape. He doesn't even have the chance to struggle. Boom! A heavy fist smashed down, and with a loud bang, the assassin was smashed into smithereens by this violent punch. Ding! Successfully killed assassin. Obtained 8,000 experience points. Obtained skill stealth. A shadow cloak, 1,000 gold tails, a scarlet dagger. Successfully killed assassin. 300 crazy point. Chapter 30. Skill stealth, shadow cloak, scarlet dagger. All of them are artifact level stuff. When Tianyan learned about the effects of these 3 things, he was shocked. This time using luck aura was not a loss, but a big profit. Skill stealth effect. Completely camouflaged the body, speed increased by 2 levels, damage increased by 2 levels. Shadow cloak effect, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Scarlet dagger effect, bloodthirsty attack, can restore the user's physical strength. With poison effect, hit the vital part of the body and kill. But unfortunately, these weapons can't be upgraded, including the skills, they can't be upgraded. All of them are fixed effects. But he also found that the weapons he obtained from killing monsters can't be upgraded, but the quality is not bad. He can use them for a long time. In general, it depends on the quality. At least the 3 in front of him are definitely assassination weapons. Absolutely enough for him to use for a long time. Shadow Cloak is the most amazing, immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. What does this mean, a life-saving talisman? No matter how strong the opponent's attack is, it can be immune for 5 seconds. There is no description of the limit, but he believes it is definitely not low. I'm really rich. It seems that this time my luck is really good. Crazy Point can only be obtained by killing monsters. The higher the cultivation, the more Crazy Point. In this way, it won't be difficult to accumulate 1,000 Crazy Point. Tianyan is very satisfied with the treasures he obtained this time. Before, his cultivation was relatively low. He felt that the Crazy Point was relatively low, but now he can get so much Crazy Point by killing an assassin. It is enough for him to use for a long time. Immediately after the excitement, his eyes became cold. The assassin sent to assassinate me is either from Wind Pavilion or Master Kong. He thought about it and finally searched the assassin who was killed, but there was only a pile of debris left after turning into an ice sculpture. Under this punch, the whole person was shattered. Before, he killed the snow wolf with one punch. Now his strength is much stronger than before. In crazy mode, he killed the assassin with one punch. However, he was still able to find a storage ring among the clothes that had fallen off. After rummaging through the items inside, he found that there weren't many things inside, just some pills. However, he did find 2 low-grade spirit weapons. There was no label on the spirit tool, but judging from its quality, it should have been forged by Kong Xingfeng. Let's go to Wind Pavilion and find out who did it. Tianyan used his stealth skill and instantly disappeared in the darkness without a sound. He immediately jumped out of the window without making any sound. When he was about to go to Wind Pavilion, he heard a familiar voice in the dark corner. "What are you doing up there? Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself with such a huge formation? Is this still an assassin from the Dark Shadow Alliance? How can he do it so badly?" The one who spoke was none other than Kong Shengfeng. As expected, it was done by him. Apart from him, there really isn't anyone else. Tianyan's eyes were cold, and suddenly a scarlet dagger appeared in his hand. Originally, in the dark night, the dagger could flow with red light, but under his stealth, there was no light. Ding! Accept the quest, kill the enemy Kong Shengfeng. Quest reward 10. 000 EXP. 300 forging skill proficiency. 300 gold. 300 Crazy Point. Accept! Tianyan immediately accepted the quest. His eyes locked on Kong Shengfeng coldly. Information kept popping up in his mind. Name, Kong Shengfeng cultivation. 2nd level of Spirit Refinement Realm skills. Unknown comprehensive strength. Unknown, he doesn't care about this information. He only needs to know that his cultivation is only 2nd level of Spirit Refinement Realm. That's enough. In the next moment, he silently appeared behind Kong Shengfeng, brandished the dagger, and ruthlessly stabbed at his back. Kong Shengfeng was still looking around. He didn't know that Tianyan has come behind him. Crazy mode activated. Luck aura activated. Pucci. The dagger easily pierced Kong Shengfeng's back like it was tofu, and it even pierced his heart. Kong Shengfeng only felt a chill in his heart. He looked down in the dark night. He still saw the red dagger that pierced his chest, instantly felt his blood was quickly drawn out, and at the same time, a terrible toxin spread around his body. "Want to assassinate me? You are still too far away." Tianyan's cold voice sounded in his ear. This familiar voice, how could he not know who it is? Suddenly his hands and feet were completely cold. But when he wanted to open his mouth to shout, he found that he couldn't say anything. When his last trace of consciousness came, the familiar face of Tianyan came into view. But in the next second, he completely lost consciousness. Under this scarlet dagger, especially pierced through the heart, it is impossible for him to survive. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for killing Kong Shengfeng. Reward 6000 EXP. 200 Crazy Point. Forging God Hammer. Ding! Congratulations on completing Kill Quest. Reward 10. 000 EXP. 500 Crazy Point. 300 Forging Skill Proficiency. 300 Gold. The things that burst out are relatively limited. Not particularly good, but it looks good. Forging God Hammer. Tianyan checked the inventory, and the effect immediately appeared. Increases forging success rate. a certain chance to improve the quality of the item. Depends on the level of the character. This forging god hammer is not a weapon, nor is it a hammer. In fact, it is a mini hammer, can be used as an accessory. It is really a good thing. It can increase forging success rate. This is what I lack now. It also has a certain chance to improve the quality. It is really great. Tianyan licked his lips. The things that burst out are good, but compared to the assassin, it is still too little. It is not that Kong Shengfeng has too little things, but his luck is not high, so there is no more good things. Shortly after, he lowered his head and looked at Kong Shengfeng, who had died with his eyes wide open. He raised a bottle of medicine and poured it on Kong Shengfeng's body. Then, with a sizzling sound, Kong Shengfeng turned into a puddle of blood, leaving no trace. This is what he got from the assassin. It is definitely a divine tool to destroy the corpse, an essential thing for an assassin. Now that it was used on them, it disappeared without anyone noticing. Sure enough, leaving this kind of person alive will only lead to endless troubles. Tianyan's eyes are cold. Fortunately, the assassin is only dealing with him. If the assassin is sent to Enling, the result may be different. Chapter 31. When Tianyan returned to his room, he found that Ziyue and others were all in the room. When they saw him jump up from downstairs, they all looked at him in surprise. Gongzi, what the hell happened? Ziyue looked at the blood on the ground and the assassin's torn clothes. She was shocked. Just now, Tianyan's attack range was expanded to a range of 100 meters. Even if there was a room to block it, many people were still frozen in an instant. When they came back to their senses, they didn't know what happened. They were inexplicably frozen. Nothing, just killed an assassin. Tianyan didn't hide anything. There is nothing to hide. Moreover, the body is here. He can't hide it even if he wanted to. Sure enough, it was an assassin. Did Wind Pavilion send someone? Ziyue's face became gloomy. They felt that they couldn't suppress them, so they sent assassins to assassinate them. This kind of thing did happen before, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. I don't know about this. Tianyan said lightly. He didn't say the real situation. It's better to avoid trouble, so he didn't say it. Pavilion Master Z, the situation here is too bad. You don't even know that an assassin sneaked in. If something happened to my junior brother, how will you take responsibility? And Ling at this time, seeing the tragic situation on the ground, her back was cold. If Tianyan died here, how will she explain it to Shi Shuiyun when she goes back? Shi Shuiyun let them out, in fact, to use them as guards. She didn't say so, but according to the degree of Shi Shuiyun's love for Tianyan, they were sent to protect Tianyan's safety. Their cultivation is higher than Tianyan, so they are the most suitable guards. Being a guard is one thing, and understanding each other is another. But they didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. They were scared and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, their junior brother's cultivation is not bad. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ziyue's face was gloomy. She was also aware of the severity of the situation. I am very sorry about this matter. I can only say that the security here is not strong enough. I will immediately send people to strengthen the security. Ziyue apologized sincerely. As compensation, I'm willing to give you 10% more. You'll get 60%, and we only want 40%. This was the simplest and crudest method. As for giving any pills or weapons, it was meaningless. As long as you had enough money, you could buy anything here, so there was no doubt that splitting the profits was the most suitable. There's no need. Even if you send out a few guards, you won't be able to stop them. This has nothing to do with you. This was the truth. This assassin's cultivation was not very high, but his concealment ability was quite strong. With the strength of Heavenly Rain Building, they can't stop him at all. Unless they send someone above 8th or 9th level of Spirit Refinement Realm, or someone who is extremely good at breaking the assassin's concealment technique, they can't see through him at all. This was obviously impossible. Generally, a strong cultivator above 8th or 9th level of Spirit Refinement Realm belongs to the Deacon level. It was impossible for them to be his guard here. Ziwei was embarrassed, and she felt quite guilty. If she doesn't compensate Yi Tianyan, she will leave a bad impression on Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan looked at her and smiled. Don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. If Heavenly Wind Building really sent them, it was me who provoked them. From the beginning, it has nothing to do with you. If he didn't make so many spirit tools, he would definitely not send assassins to assassinate him. So the problem was obvious. That's true, but Yi Gongzi is our guest. It is a fact that we did not protect him well. The share will be calculated according to what we just did. This is the biggest compensation we can give you. Although it was only a 10% increase, it was already quite an amazing amount. Originally, they provided the materials, so the cost was not low. According to this calculation, their profit is even lower, so this is already very sincere. Yi Tianyan didn't know what she meant by doing this. It was to leave a good impression on him and continue to stay in Rain Pavilion. Profit is only a small part of it, but the main point is to help her revive Rain Pavilion, so almost all the profit is given to her. Pavilion Lord Z, I know your good intention, but this is not necessary. I plan to leave tomorrow. This has nothing to do with the situation of the assassins. Originally, the ultimate purpose of coming here was not for this matter. After preparing to buy some materials, we will return to Jade Palace. Whether the assassins come or not, he planned to go back. He has been staying here for a long time. There is no need to stay any longer. Zi Yue's face changed. This is not a good thing for her. But she didn't say anything to persuade him to stay. She sighed deeply and said, Since Yi Gongzi has made up his mind, then I won't say anything more. In the future, if Yi Gongzi needs help from Rain Pavilion, I will definitely help. Yi Tianyan nodded. He still has a good impression of Ziyue. If he comes down in the future, he will definitely come to Rain Pavilion again. That night's episode ended just like that. Although Yi Tianyan said no, Ziyue still strengthened the guard. This is the only thing she can do. When the next day, Yi Tianyan has already purchased all kinds of materials. This time he earned at least 1,000,000 silver. It can be said that he is full. This is much more than the gold obtained from doing any task. Originally, the reward given by the task is nothing. Who gets rich by doing the task? It has always been killing monsters to accumulate wealth or sell things. Pavilion Master Z, then I will take my leave. Yi Tianyan said to Ziyue, Then you are welcome to come again in the future. We will definitely give Yi Gongzi a very favorable price. Ziyue smiled indifferently. This time, Rain Pavilion can firmly suppress Wind Pavilion. It has been a long time since this happened. She is satisfied. When they were about to leave, a guard rushed in from the outside and reported, Pavilion Lord Z, Sky Wind Pavilion is holding an auction, and they're going to auction a top-quality spiritual tool. And there are also a lot of high-grade spirit tools. The most important thing is that these are made by Wing Sect. Now a lot of people are running over there. They even said that in this Wind City, except for the spirit tools forged by Wing Sect, the rest of the spirit tools are garbage. This includes the spirit tools we sold before. They are all called garbage. Made by Wing Sect. Ziyue's face changed. I didn't expect Wind Pavilion to be able to invite Wing Sect. Wing Sect in Wind City is equivalent to a symbol of authority. They even carry out a blacksmith's assessment here. The assessment of the level of spirit tools is decided by them. Now they are saying that they sold garbage. Isn't this equivalent to saying that they are buying fake goods? Chapter 32. Ma Liangpeng. Yi Tianyan squinted his eyes, suddenly more disgusted with Ma Liangpeng, using his Wing Sect's background to deny everything. This is equivalent to saying that the high-grade spirit tool he forged is not a real high-grade spirit tool. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-high-grade spirit tool. The real value is only mid-grade spirit tool. Young Master Yi, do you know this Ma Liangpeng? Ziyue heard Yi Tianyan said a name, curiously asked, I don't know this person, but I have heard a little about him. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Junior brother, this Ma Liangpeng is one of the disciples sent by Wing sect to participate in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. He even denied the spirit tool you forged. And Ling was furious. She wanted to rush to Wind Pavilion to argue with them. Although Wind Pavilion's announcement did not specifically say that their spirit tool is inferior, but it said that other spirit tools sold by other than Wind Pavilion are garbage. This is already very obvious. When they wanted to go to Wind Pavilion to argue, a group of people rushed in from outside, holding a high-grade spirit tool in their hands. They are all spirit tools bought here before. After rushing over, they said angrily, "We want to return. Wing Sect's disciple said that your spirit tool is a pseudo-high-grade spirit tool. In fact, it is equivalent to a mid-grade spirit tool." Yes, no wonder it was sold so cheap. It turned out to be a counterfeit. Take a mid-grade spirit tool and forge it into a high-grade spirit tool. Hurry up and give us a refund. No wonder I felt wrong when I used it. It turned out to be a mid-grade spirit tool. I didn't expect your Rain Pavilion to sell fake goods. They all shouted one after another. They all shouted that they want a refund. Several of them came to ask for a refund. Even a mid-grade spirit tool, they want a refund, thinking that it is a low-grade spirit tool. We can guarantee that this is absolutely a high-grade spirit tool. There is absolutely no problem with its power. Ziwei said solemnly. They must have personally verified it. It is completely a high-grade spirit tool, and even a very good high-grade spirit tool. You said it is useful? This time it was said by the people of Wing Sect. Wing Sect is the authority of blacksmiths here. I don't believe them. Do I believe you? That's right. You're all a bunch of liars. We want a refund. Wing Sect is equivalent to an authority. No matter what they say, it doesn't make any sense. The words of authority were correct. Even if they were genuine, they would still be denied by a single sentence. Give them a refund. Yi Tianyun's face was gloomy. This was nothing more than Wind Pavilion using Wing Sect to make things difficult for them. This was no longer a normal competition. Instead, they were using slander to suppress their opponents. This made the anger in his heart burn up. Then I'll give you a refund. Ziwei listened to Yi Tianyin and gave them a refund. Immediately after the refund, Yi Tianyin took the upper-level spirit tool and said to them, "It seems that we can't leave this time. Let's go to Wind Pavilion." And Ling and Qin Shui both nodded. They also couldn't swallow this insult. How could they slander that their weapons weren't high-grade spirit tools? Ziwei also nodded and signaled the other guards to follow them. They walked directly into Wind Pavilion. The guards inside hurriedly intercepted them and stopped them from moving forward. At this time, Liang Tiancheng walked out. He had already expected that they would come to make trouble. Following him was a burly young man with a sharp face. His gaze was cold and his tiger-like eyes glared at them. His aura was not weak. He is Ma Liangpeng, one of the most representative disciples of Wing Sect. His cultivation is at the 4th level of spirit refinement realm. It turns out that Pavilion Master Z is here. I don't know what's the problem. Liang Tiancheng's eyes were filled with laughter. He clearly knows the answer. Pavilion Master Liang, you already know the answer? In addition to Wind Pavilion spirit tools, the rest are garbage. Doesn't this mean that the spirit tool we sold is not a real high-grade spirit tool? Ziwei's eyes are cold. Even if she is a woman, her aura is not weak. She can sit in the position of Pavilion Master. Yes, I have seen the high-grade spirit tool you refined. It is not a high-grade spirit tool at all. At most, it can only be a mid-grade spirit tool. Without waiting for Liang Tiancheng to answer, Ma Liangpeng has already walked out and said with a straight face, "The real high-grade spirit tool is amazing. Yours are too weak." As he stood there, a powerful aura was released. However, a figure had already stepped forward and easily blocked this aura. Is that so? Let's see whose high-grade spirit tool is stronger. The person who stood out is none other than Yi Tianyin. He looked at Ma Liangpeng coldly. He wants to see what a real high-grade spirit tool is. Who are you? Ma Liangping's gaze penetrated through him. The pseudo-upper-grade spirit tool that you're talking about is made by me. Yi Tianyin said solemnly. So, this pseudo-high-grade spirit tool was made by you? Ma Liangpeng looked up and down at Yi Tianyin, and there was a bit of surprise in his eyes, because Yi Tianyin is too young, and when he saw Ling and Qin Shui behind him, he suddenly laughed and said, You are the trash of Jade Palace without blood qi? I can't believe you can also refine spirit tool. I wonder if you ask someone to help you refine spirit tool, and then you can make such a batch of pseudo-high-grade spirit tool. In Jade Palace full of female disciples, there is a man. This man is a useless trash. This news is very widespread. Even Ma Liangpeng has heard about it. Useless trash. I don't know where you heard this useless information. Only a fool will believe it. Yi Tianyin said with a cold face. Don't you want to test the power of spirit tool? Then let's see whose spirit tool can hold. Are you calling me a fool? Ma Liangpeng really believed this news and said angrily, I want to see who is the fool. You want to compete? Then let's compete. Don't tell me you're letting someone else take on this round, not you. My forged weapon was denied, of course. I will personally verify whether your weapon is fake or my weapon is fake. Yi Tianyin said solemnly. You have guts. Ma Liangpeng sneered. Well, let's compete outside. Let everyone witness who is the loser. No problem. Chapter 33. Yi Tianyin accepted the challenge, which caught Ling and Qin Shui off guard. They all know how strong Yi Tianyin's cultivation is. According to what they know, Yi Tianyin's cultivation is only at the first level of spirit refinement realm. This Ma Liangping's cultivation is at least at the fourth level of spirit refinement realm. How can they compete with him? Junior brother, you can't do this. His cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get injured, how can we go back and explain to the palace lord? And Ling hurriedly persuaded. 2 senior sisters, I will come back soon. Don't worry about anything. I will make him pay the corresponding price. Yi Tianyin didn't say much. He took a heavy sword that he forged himself and went outside. The 2 senior sisters looked at each other. Yi Tianyin has already decided. It's useless for them to dissuade him. They can only go out and have a look. The weapon that he forged himself was said to be inferior. Anyone would be angry. When they went out, Ma Liangpeng was already standing outside waiting. Seeing Yi Tianyin coming out, he couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile. I thought you only know how to hide in a group of women. It seems that you have a bit of backbone. Yi Tianyin has been staying in Jade Palace. That is the so-called group of women. He was looked down by many men. In fact, it's more because of jealousy. I think even if I hide in a group of women, it's much better than slandering others. Yi Tianyin sneered. Whether it's slander or not, we will know later. Everyone here. Witness who has a more powerful weapon. Ma Liangping's eyes flashed with a bit of killing intent. He pulled out an upper-level spirit sword. A flash of light flowed on the blade. Around them, there has been a circle of people. All of them are passers-by. Seeing there is a good show to watch, they all came over. Of course, no problem. Yi Tianyin smiled indifferently and continued to raise the heavy sword in his hand and said, I will use this heavy sword to test your so-called high-level spirit tool. What is it like? When the crowd saw the comparison between the two, they shook their heads. Yi Tianyin was using a heavy sword, while Ma Liangpeng was using a thin sword. Without a doubt, Ma Liangpeng would have an easier time. With its nimble body, it was able to toy with Yi Tianyin in the palm of its hand. Just in terms of weapons, they felt that Yi Tianyin had lost. This is just an ordinary spar, not a duel to the death. I hope that there won't be any killing intent. Ziwei came out, looked coldly at Liang Tiancheng, and said, If you kill our guest, then don't blame us for being impolite. Of course, we're just sparring. We won't kill you. Ma Liangpeng was the one who answered her. Ma Liangpeng's eyes showed a disdainful look. A thin sword against a heavy sword. He can play, Yi Tianyan to death. The two people confronted each other, and the audience was already very lively. This guest of Rain Pavilion must be an idiot. A heavy sword against a thin sword. Isn't it obvious that he is looking for death? How could the disciple of Wing's sect lose? Just the weapons look different. I think this time the guest of Rain Pavilion will lose. I guess he fainted and just went on the stage. The level of Wing's sect's refining is not just a joke. Even if it's just weapons, Wing's sect will definitely win. The people around are not optimistic about Yi Tianyan. They can see the gap between the weapons, plus the status of Wing's sect. Everyone is willing to believe that Wing's sect's weapons, whether it is power or durability, are better than Yi Tianyan. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the power of our Wing's sect. He narrowed his eyes, and there was a bit of killing intent towards Yi Tianyan, especially when he knew that Yi Tianyan is from Jade Palace. This level of forging will only cause trouble in the future. The next moment, Ma Liangpeng raised the thin sword in his hand and used Sky Cloud Step, as if turned into a flying cloud. Quickly flew over to Yi Tianyan, like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he flashed to the side of Yi Tianyan, raised the thin sword, and stabbed towards Yi Tianyan. He didn't use any martial arts, just purely stabbing, but the speed is quite fast, directly stabbing the vital part of Yi Tianyan. This is not a sparring match. It's simply a fight. Yi Tianyan's eyes are cold, raised his hand and raised the heavy sword, like a shield in front of him. Dang! The thin sword stabbed the heavy sword because it is too thin. When it stabbed the heavy sword, it was bent into a semicircle by the force of the shock. Ma Liangping's eyes narrowed. The thin sword in his hand quickly retracted, flashed to the back of Yi Tianyan, and quickly stabbed. But what greeted him is Yi Tianyan's heavy sword, like a huge shield blocking this attack. Dang, dang, dang. Ma Liangpeng quickly changed the direction. No matter how he stabbed, it was blocked by Yi Tianyan's heavy sword, unable to stab him at all. According to the situation, it is Ma Liangpeng who is consuming energy, and his consumption is even less. Just this strength? That's too disappointing. Yi Tianyan glanced at him faintly. He did not move half a step, just using this heavy sword as a shield, constantly resisting his attack. In the next moment, he swung the heavy sword in his hand and smashed it with a backhand. The violent power was swung by him, and a wave of air swept up. It was as if the entire sky was being slapped down by his heavy sword. With this strength, you want to suppress me? Get lost! Ma Liangpeng roared. The thin sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Under his strength, the whole thin sword turned into an incomparably hard iron pillar, fiercely stabbing at the heavy sword that was slapping down. Direct confrontation. Dang! The two collided head-on. The violent weight was stopped. Ma Liangping's cultivation is not bad. He has been refining weapons all year round. His strength is not too weak. Crazy power mode activate. In the next moment, Yi Tianyan's eyes burst out a golden light, immediately activating the power mode of crazy mode. In an instant, the explosive force increased by 2 times. Dong! The sudden and violent power instantly bent the rapier. The terrifying power made Ma Liangpeng unable to react. The power was several times heavier than before. It heavily pressed down, and together with the rapier's blade, it hit him at the same time. Bang! Ma Liangpeng was shaken out. After a dozen steps back, he barely stopped. Under this heavy pressure, he was shaken to internal injury. He felt a sweetness in his throat. A stream of blood flowed out from his mouth and dripped to the ground. This scene made Ling and the others shocked. What happened to the level of first level spirit, refinement realm? This is the level of 4th or 5th level spirit, refinement realm. Yi Tianyan looked at him coldly. The heavy sword in his hand was not injured at all. No matter how many times it was poked, there is no scratch on it. On the contrary, the thin sword was bent many times, looking so fragile. Chapter 34. Yi Tianyan looked at him coldly and proved that his weapon was not weak. If the weapon in his hand was a middle-grade spirit weapon, then it would really be pierced by the sword, or if it was stabbed a few more times, it would crack. This is the impact of different levels of spirit weapons. It is easy to be destroyed. The strength of the spirit weapon is relatively high, and with the lower-grade weapon, it is obvious that the lower-grade weapon is at a disadvantage. Now there is no damage at all, but Ma Liangping's weapon was bent. Although it is not the same type of weapon, it can be seen that Ma Liangping's upper-grade spirit weapon is slightly worse than Yi Tianyin's. Everyone looked at each other. Before, they thought that Yi Tianyin's weapon was a middle-grade spirit weapon, but now it is incredible. Is it really an upper-grade spirit weapon? Was it just the Wing sect that was talking nonsense and slandering them? You actually hurt me. Ma Liangping reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He gripped the rapier tightly and roared. He slashed the ground with all his might, leaving a mark on the hard ground. The aura of the fourth level of the body refinement realm was completely released. The speed of his footwork soared again. It was several times faster than before. Like lightning, he flashed to the side of Yi Tianyin in the blink of an eye. He waved the sword and stabbed it. Gale stab! Under the stab, it was like a tornado sweeping over here. It pierced through the shoulder of Yi Tianyin. The speed was much faster than before. Especially with the use of martial arts, the power has been greatly increased. Layers of qi appeared on the thin sword, and it instantly became several times wider. This was the result of the spiritual power circulating within it, which caused it to erupt with even greater power. Get lost! Yi Tianyin completely ignored this attack. He swung the heavy sword and pressed it. The blue veins on his arm were bulging. Crazy mode was activated again. His strength increased by 2 times. Under this pressure, the rapier was forced to bend again. The violent force couldn't break through the pressure of the heavy sword, and it was immediately pressed down by Yi Tianyin, as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Bang! Ma Liangping was forced back once again. However, this wasn't the end. Yi Tianyin continued to swing his heavy sword. The heavy sword, which had no weight, displayed a speed that wasn't any slower than the rapier. Ma Liangping's expression changed, and he quickly swung his sword to block the attack. However, what greeted him was the outcome of being bent by the heavy sword. There was no change from before. The difference was that this time Ma Liangping was heavily smashed into the ground, a terrifying weight pressing down on him. Boom! Ma Liangping was heavily pressed to the ground. This force of over 1,000 genes crushed several of his bones. The intense pain almost made him faint. At this point, it could be said that it was over. The winner and the loser had already been decided. Ma Liangping was suppressed to the point that he couldn't breathe. He didn't even have the chance to resist. He was continuously slapped back, and in the end he was directly injured and collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Liang Tiancheng's expression was ugly. He didn't expect that Ma Liangping would be beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. It was very different from what he had imagined. At first, he thought that Yi Tianyin would be beaten to the ground and lose completely. Now it seemed that they were wrong. They were too naive. This scene stunned everyone. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Ma Liangping was defeated just like that? This was completely effortless. Yi Tianyin didn't even move much. With this terrifying violence, he had completely crushed him. Ziwei looked at Yi Tianyin from the side. She felt that Yi Tianyin still had some moves that he hadn't displayed yet. What he displayed now was only a portion of his strength. The most important thing was that he was so young. It was beyond their imagination. Under normal circumstances, those who knew how to forge wouldn't be too young, especially those who were proficient in it. Yi Tianyin seemed to have broken this convention. He was young, but his cultivation wasn't low. His forging level wasn't low either. He was definitely a monstrous genius. On the stage, Yi Tianyin put away his heavy sword. He looked at Ma Liangping, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, "You lost. Your weapon isn't any better. How can you say that my weapon is weaker than yours?" I didn't lose. Ma Liangping's eyes were filled with killing intent. He endured the sharp pain and didn't hesitate to swing his thin sword to counterattack. The power of his attack was a bit stronger than before. However, the heavy sword was a bit faster. It slashed horizontally in front of him. Puchi! Ma Liangping was cut in half at the waist. Even the arm that was holding the thin sword to sneak attack was cut in half. Without any hesitation, it was directly cut in half. Ma Liangping's eyes widened. His body fell down. Blood flowed all over the ground. It looked very bloody. Those who haven't seen such a scene before turned their heads to the side and vomited. But Yi Tianyan didn't have any problem. You lost, and you still want to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, you are not qualified. Yi Tianyan's eyes were cold. He wanted to kill him with every move. How can this be called a spar? If this is called a spar, then what is the life and death battle? From the beginning, Ma Liangping wanted to kill him. Since that's the case, he can't be merciful. He will kill him without mercy. The result of being merciful is his death. Killed Ma Liangping. Gain 10,000 EXP, 1,000 gold. Wind chasing sword art. Sky cloud step for 100 crazy point. Ding, congratulations, completed task. Gain 5,000 EXP. 500 blacksmithing proficiency. 500 gold. Even if he used luck aura, he didn't get many good things. Either Ma Liangping is too poor, or his character value is not high enough. But compared to this, everyone was shocked, including Ziyue and the others. They were shocked by the scene. He didn't hesitate to kill. Even if it was a disciple of Wing Sect, he still had to kill. Yi Tianyan has always been like this. He is always forgiving, but the other party is not sensible. What else can he say? Oh my God, Wing Sect's disciple was killed. Isn't this Rain Pavilion's guest too cruel? Didn't you see that Wing Sect's disciple wanted to kill him? It's normal to fight back. It's over. He killed Wing Sect's disciple. He must be dead. He provoked Wing Sect. See how he will die. Everyone shook their heads. If it were them, they would have tolerated it. At most, they would have hidden and not counterattacked. After all, killing Ma Liangping is not as simple as killing, but provoking the whole Wing Sect behind him. The meaning is completely different. This is the whole force, completely different from an individual. Liang Tiancheng was shocked and immediately said angrily, You actually killed Ma Liangping. Arrest him and take him back to Wing Sect. Ma Liangping is a guest of Wind Pavilion. Now that Ma Liangping is killed, they can't escape the responsibility. If they don't take Yi Tianyan back, they'll be in trouble. Chapter 35. In the face of the many guards of Wind Pavilion, he is not afraid at all. The heavy sword in his hand is blocking the way. He glanced at the crowd coldly. He wants to see who is the first to make a move. You dare to resist. Do you know that you killed a disciple of Wing Sect? If you don't surrender, you will drag your Jade Palace down. Liang Tiancheng used Jade Palace. This is to force Yi Tianyan to surrender. Jade Palace is weaker than Wing Sect, so if they fight, naturally Jade Palace will lose. He knows that Yi Tianyan is from Jade Palace, so he used this to threaten him. Oh, it seems that you are really unreasonable. He can kill me. I can't kill him. Yi Tianyan sneered. What kind of bullshit is this? You think you are invincible just because you are more powerful. So what? If you don't surrender today, your Jade Palace will be dragged down by Wing Sect. Liang Tiancheng is also angry. A junior dares to be arrogant in front of him? He is a pavilion master. To be able to sit in this position is naturally not simple. Pavilion Master Liang, you are really good. Even third-level forces dare not say this casually. Can you represent Wing Sect now? Qin Shui stood up with cold eyes. She saw from the beginning to the end. Wing Sect has always been wrong, and now they dare to threaten Jade Palace. It makes her even more unhappy. Jade Palace is relatively weak, but there are many marriages, among which there are many marriages between third-level forces. Once something happens, external forces will still reach out to help. However, he wouldn't help in ordinary matters. He would only make use of this relationship when it was a matter of life and death. After all, marrying over doesn't mean that the other side is equal to their own, so they have to be cautious. Therefore, although other forces are arrogant, but they dare not really do anything at will, otherwise they will provoke more than just one force. Liang Tiancheng was suddenly at a loss for words. He can only represent Wind Pavilion, not Wing's sect. But he immediately said angrily, "But no matter what, you have to go back to Wing's sect with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." If he really went to the Wing sect with Liang Tiancheng, then when Yi Tianyan came back, he would definitely not look like a human. After killing their disciple, they wouldn't let him go so easily. If they really wanted to bring him back, they would have to pay a huge price. Ziyue couldn't say anything at this moment. She didn't dare to say that the Rain Pavilion supported Yi Tianyan anymore. This was a minefield. She did not dare to speak carelessly. She could not bear the responsibility. Although he was a pavilion master, it did not mean that he had a lot of real power, especially in a battle between forces like this. She struggled internally for a long time. Yi Tianyan had helped her so much. It didn't seem right for her not to stand up and support him. Ziyue watched for a while and finally decided to stand up and say something. However, just as he was about to step forward, he was pulled back by the elder beside him. "Pavilion Master Z, don't be rash. He is not worthy of our help. Wing sect is not something we can provoke," the elder said solemnly. Ziyue can't intervene casually. Yi Tianyan killed Ma Liangpeng. This is a very serious matter. It is not something that can be easily solved. Therefore, she can only watch from the side and dare not intervene. Once she intervenes, it is tantamount to supporting Yi Tianyan to kill Ma Liangpeng, which will bring trouble to the Rain Pavilion. This responsibility, she can't afford it. What guest elder she can only leave behind? The reality is so cruel, unless Yi Tianyan is really worth it. Ziyue bit her lips and finally gave up. She can represent herself, but she can't represent the Rain Pavilion. But after she really stood up, she is completely out of the Rain Pavilion. But Yi Tianyan didn't care at all. He looked at Liang Tiancheng and said coldly, "I only represent myself. From now on, I am no longer an outer disciple of Jade Palace. I would like to see how you are going to treat me." He knows that Shirshuyan will definitely protect him, but he doesn't want to drag Jade Palace down, so he chose to quit Jade Palace and no longer an outer disciple. And Ling and Qin Shui's face changed. They don't know why Yi Tianyan is doing this, but without the support of Jade Palace, Liang Tiancheng will certainly be unscrupulous. "Good, you have courage. Capture him for me. I want him alive." After Liang Tiancheng heard this, he laughed loudly. Now he doesn't have to worry about Jade Palace. Immediately, 3 deacons rushed out from the side and rushed towards Yi Tianyan without hesitation. Each of them burst out with their strongest power, 4th or 5th level of spirit refinement realm. The deacons here are at the 4th or 5th level of spirit refinement realm. They can deal with some enemies at the critical moment. Good. The snow wolf boots on his feet emitted a blue light, and his speed suddenly increased several times. He turned into a blue light rushing forward. Whether it is speed or strength, he burst out to the extreme. Especially after activating crazy mode, his damage is doubled. In the blink of an eye, he raised the heavy sword and rushed over. Like a blue comet, he smashed it down on the deacon, who was the first to pounce on him. Crazy mode, activate. Crazy damage mode, activate. Luck aura, activate. Boom! The deacons didn't react and was smashed to the ground by the heavy sword. He screamed and died. Their cultivation is not as good as Yi Tianyan, or at the same level as him. In crazy mode, their power is doubled. How can they resist? Go to hell! The moment he fell, he quickly slashed at the deacon's waist. The sharp, heavy sword cut through the deacon's waist, and he let out a scream before he breathed his last. Ding successfully killed Wind Pavilion Deacons. Gained 8,000 EXP, a third-level recovery spirit pill, for 100 crazy point. Then he rushed towards the deacons, like a berserk beast. The heavy sword weighing more than 300 or 400 pounds is so light in his hand. But when they collided with the deacons, their attacks were so weak. Bang! The two deacons' attacks were knocked away. The moment he was sent flying, blue veins popped out on his arm that was gripping the heavy sword tightly. He aimed at the front and fiercely slashed, a terrifying blade aura sweeping forward. Wind-chasing slash. This is the move that Ma Liangping used before, but with a heavy sword the power is doubled. Puchi! The 20 feet long wind blade swept over and cut the rapidly retreating deacon in half at the waist. He was dead. Ding successfully killed Wind Pavilion Deacons. Gained 10,000 EXP, a third-level recovery spirit pill, a berserk pill, 500 crazy point. After killing the deacons, he didn't stop. He used Sky Cloud Step and rushed forward. His speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the deacons, and then slashed down madly, cutting the deacons in half. The incomparably huge wind blade slashed horizontally. The wind blade was like cutting through a piece of tofu, easily piercing through. Ding successfully killed Wind Pavilion Deacons. Gained 10,000 EXP, a double EXP pill, 10 minutes, 500 crazy point. Ding, congratulations to player E. Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of Spirit Refinement Realm. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 deacons were killed. All of them were at the 4th or 5th level of Spirit Refinement Realm. They were easily beheaded, which made everyone dumbfounded. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. There was no difficulty at all. Who else? E. Tianyan looked at them coldly and said in a deep voice, "You are the one who did the wrong thing, and you still think you are right? You want to compete with your fists, right? I want to see what kind of ability you have." E. Tianyan's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Especially the moves he used were all the same moves Ma Liangping used before, and in the blink of an eye, E. Tianyan used them all. They don't think that E. Tianyan can use wing sex moves. Did he learn it first? Ziwei and Enling are also dumbfounded. E. Tianyan seems to have become stronger. You actually killed 3 of our deacons. We will fight you to the death. Liang Tiancheng is about to explode. He thought that 3 deacons can easily kill him, but he didn't expect that 3 deacons were killed instead. From what you said just now, I will not rest until I die with your Wind Pavilion. E. Tianyan's eyes are cold. Ma Liangpeng turned a blind eye to him, but he still wants to talk about the law of the jungle. That's good. He will talk about the law of the jungle with them. Good. You're really courageous. Then let me see what you can do. Liang Tiancheng is about to explode. Under the anger, his power erupted and his cultivation reached the 7th level of Spirit Refinement Realm. When he broke out, E. Tianyan saw the name above his head suddenly turn golden. Boss level character. After completely transforming into an enemy, the name will turn golden before it is white. Ding, do you accept the task of killing Liang Tiancheng? Reward: 30,000 EXP, 10,000 gold, strength belt, 5 times EXP card 1 hour. An extremely tempting reward popped up again, as expected of a boss-level character. After completing the character, the reward was slightly higher than normal quests. However, to him, the most tempting thing was the kill reward. The reward was what he was looking forward to the most. Haha, I didn't expect you to transform into a boss. I was waiting for you. E. Tianyan let out a loud laugh. Without the slightest bit of fear, he met the attack head-on. Raising his heavy sword, he used Sky Cloud Steps and charged forward. His crazy mode continued to be activated. Since he got a lot of crazy point, he didn't have to worry about running out of crazy points. Previously, he felt that his crazy point was low because his level was too low. But now it seems that as long as he doesn't waste it, it won't be used up so quickly. His speed was amazing, but Liang Tiancheng was even faster, holding a high-grade spirit sword in his hand. He rushed over and glared at him with bloodshot eyes. "Don't you dare be so arrogant." Myriad swords become one. In the blink of an eye, it was as if 10,000 swords had stabbed out, but only one could be seen with the naked eye. Vaguely, one could see the fluctuations of the surrounding chi strength. Gusts of whirlwinds were blowing around him, sweeping in all directions. Chasing wind slash. Yi Tianyin let out a furious roar and fiercely slashed forward. A 20 feet long wind blade slashed down vertically. The ground was scratched by this wind blade, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. Bang! When the two collided, the wind blade was easily pierced through. It was pierced by the 10,000 swords and turned into a wisp of wind. The gap between the two was too big. Even though they were 2 levels apart, their strength was completely different. "Go to hell!" Liang Tiancheng roared. He didn't plan to capture Yi Tianyin alive. He just wanted to kill him on the spot. In the face of Liang Tiancheng, who rushed over like a gust of wind, Yi Tianyin quickly raised the heavy sword in his hand and blocked in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Crazily stabbing the sword, although it didn't stab Yi Tianyin, but the crazy heavy blow made him retreat again, and immediately with a poochy sound, blood flew out, and then the heavy sword fell to the ground. Yi Tianyin continuously retreated a few steps. There was a deep scratch on his palm. Obviously he was injured by Liang Tiancheng's move. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost this heavy sword. If he didn't do this, then it wouldn't be as simple as losing the heavy sword, but losing one of his hands. Junior brother, Qin Shui and the others wanted to rush over, but Yi Tianyin hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over. I am no longer a disciple of Jade Palace. I don't want to drag Jade Palace down, so don't interfere, please." Qin Shui and the others stopped. Their beautiful eyes flashed. They also hesitated. They are not as domineering as Shi Shuyun. They don't have deep feelings for Yi Tianyin. Especially when it comes to the relationship between the two families, they really don't have the qualifications to decide this kind of thing. You still have some sense of responsibility. Now, you don't even have a weapon. How are you going to fight me? Liang Tiancheng stepped on the heavy sword and immediately kicked it away, not giving Yi Tianyin a chance to get it. Who said, "I don't have a weapon"? Yi Tianyin equipped himself with Frost Fist. This is his real trump card, and took the double EXP pill that he got before. The boss's EXP is not low. He will not waste this opportunity. This is a glove? After Liang Tiancheng saw it, he was a little surprised and then immediately laughed. "You want to fight me with this? Well, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die without a complete corpse." As soon as his voice fell, he flew over, waved the spirit sword in his hand, and stabbed again. 10,000 swords as one. The air is filled with shio 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 sound. If you are stabbed, you will be stabbed into a sieve. Freeze! Yi Tianyin showed a trace of sneer. Crazy Point instantly exploded. In an instant within 100 meters, everyone is instantly frozen. Standing a little bit closer, immediately frozen. Needless to say, Liang Tiancheng, who rushed up, was directly frozen, fell from the air, and stood on the ground, deadlocked. At this moment, he rushed over, grabbed Liang Tiancheng's arm with both fists, and crazily cast Absorbing Star's great technique. The power in Liang Tiancheng's body is madly extracted, continuously turned into EXP in his body. Gained 500 EXP for 160 EXP, 570 EXP, 630 EXP. Under the crazy stacking of EXP card, the EXP turned to an incredible value. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed tens of thousands of EXP. Liang Tiancheng, who is stiff in place, can't move, he can't get rid of this attack, he is going crazy. Especially when he felt the spiritual power in his body is constantly being extracted. His anger skyrocketed. Crack! At this time, the layer of ice on his body began to crack. Obviously, it can't be frozen for too long. If the cultivation is too high, it can't be frozen for too long, especially when his frost fist has not been upgraded. The effect is still relatively limited. It seems that it's over. Chapter 37. Liang Tiancheng was easily knocked out. Everyone was stunned. They don't know what just happened. Liang Tiancheng seemed to be bewitched. He couldn't move and let Yi Tianyan attack him, because most of them were more than 100 meters away. Naturally, they were not affected by this effect. How is this possible? Liang Tiancheng's sternum was broken by this punch. His whole chest is sunken. It seems that even if he is not dead, he only has a few breaths left. Nothing is impossible. You are too weak. Yi Tianyan waved his fist. There is no trace of emotion in his cold eyes. In the face of Yi Tianyan's fist, Liang Tiancheng's eyes showed horror. He hurriedly shouted, Let me go! I will let Wing Sect no longer pursue you. Trash! Yi Tianyan punched down heavily. Liang Tiancheng was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted, Quick, save me! Liang Tiancheng shouted, but who can come to rescue him? Their cultivation is relatively low. The deacons are dead. The rest are body refinement realm guards. Even if they want to rescue him, it is too late. Luck aura activated. Boom! Yi Tianyan has already smashed down heavily. Liang Tiancheng died on the spot. So what if his cultivation is higher than him by 2 levels? He can still fight higher level opponents. Sometimes cultivation is not the deciding factor, but a comprehensive factor, such as having a good weapon effect, is also the key ding. Successfully killed Liang Tiancheng. Gained 80,000 EXP. 5,000 gold. Power bracelet. Power ring. Martial art. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Wind chasing blade. Spirit tool. 700 crazy point. Ding. Completed the task of killing Liang Tiancheng. Reward. 30,000 EXP. 10,000 gold. Power belt. 5 times EXP card. 1 hour. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Successfully broke through to 6th level spirit refinement realm. Things burst out like crazy. The EXP stacked up to 110,000. Immediately let him level up. The thrill of leveling up was unprecedented. Sure enough, the experience pill was useful. After stacking up, the experience points skyrocketed. There are so many things. They're all power type stuff. What are they? He checked the 3 items in his inventory. They were all decorative items that he could carry with him at all times. Strength bracelet. Increases user's strength by 20%. Power ring effect. Increases user's strength by 10%. Power belt effect. Increases user's strength by 20%. With the 3 attributes stacked together, my strength is increased by 50%. Doesn't that mean that my strength has been increased by another 50%? Yi Tianyan was stunned. This was a good item. If he could only carry 1,000 gene of force, with the 3 pieces, he could carry 1,500 gene. Other than that, the 10,000 ancestral swords had also dropped. However, none of them could be leveled up, including the power rings. It seemed that the only way to level up was through the lottery. These were all fixed types, not growth types. Among them, although the wind-chasing blade could not be leveled up, the effect is amazing. When attacking, there is a chance to produce lightning effect. After hitting the opponent, it can slow down the opponent's speed. When he was surprised, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Liang Tiancheng's situation shocked them. They did not expect that as the pavilion lord of Wind Pavilion, he was killed by Yi Tianyan. For a time, blood flowed like a river and several people were killed. Isn't this young master a little too powerful? Ziyue was dumbfounded. She thought that Liang Tiancheng would control him, but she did not expect that he would be killed so easily. The people of Wind Pavilion were dumbfounded. The people of Rain Pavilion were also dumbfounded. And the onlookers were also dumbfounded. Junior brother is too powerful. Pavilion Lord Liang's cultivation is at least at the 7th level of spirit refinement realm. and Ling and the others were shocked. What happened to the first level of spirit refinement realm? Why did he tell them that it was the first level of spirit refinement realm? In fact, this is not wrong, but this is the initial data. Now, he is not at the first level of spirit refinement realm, but at the 6th level of spirit refinement realm. Young Master, hurry up. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Wind Pavilion and Wing Sect will not let you go. The first one to speak to him is Ziyue. Tianyin smiled indifferently and quickly took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it to Enling and said, Senior sisters, this thing is for you to take back. This is my fault. I will take it all myself. Go back and tell the palace lord. Don't worry about me. Jiu Lingyun and the others, I will leave them to you, please. After that, he ran out of the city. He knows that this time he killed the pavilion lord of Wind Pavilion. The real strong is still waiting for him. Wing Sect is even more so. Under his provocation, there will be a lot of strong cultivators coming to kill him. At that time, the peak of spirit refinement realm or even core condensation realm elders will come out to kill him. With his current cultivation, he can't bear it at all. The anger of the two factions will not be easily extinguished. If he goes back, Shi Shuyan will choose to protect him no matter what. Junior brother. And Ling's eyes are red, but they can't do anything. They can only hold the storage ring tightly, ready to go back and report to Shi Shuyan. When they were ready to leave, a terrifying aura rushed from a distance and shouted, Kid, don't go! The one who rushed over is an old man. The cultivation released by him is extremely amazing. Peak of spirit refinement realm. Murderous aura soared to the sky. Like a demon god, he chased Tianyin straight away. The distance between them suddenly narrowed. This is Wing Sect's Deacon Fu. It seems that Wing Sect's Deacon Fu is staying in Wind City. I don't know why he didn't come. It's over. He provoked Wing Sect. That kid is dead. How can he escape this time? This is the peak of spirit refinement realm. Much stronger than before. Just from the momentum can be seen. It can be seen that Tianyin is not a little bit stronger. Junior brother, run away. And Ling prayed in her heart. They only hope that Tianyin can escape from this devil's clutches. Many people think that Tianyin can't create a miracle. Maybe the difference in cultivation is not very big before, so he can deal with it. But now, there is a deacon. How can he deal with it? In the distance, Tianyin felt a strong, murderous aura behind him. His eyes narrowed, the snow wolf boots on his feet with sky cloud step. His speed increased to the extreme, turned into a gust of wind, and rushed out of the city. His heart has always been calm. There is no ripple. He is very calm. Chapter 38. Deacon Fu's cultivation has reached the peak of spirit refinement realm, which is 4 levels higher than him. So it is undoubtedly very dangerous to fight him head-on. Just from this point of view, the gap between the two is too big. What a strong boss. I didn't expect to kill a super boss. The reward must be good. When he saw the golden name on top of Deacon Fu's head, he was tempted by the reward, but he felt that he can't easily kill Deacon Fu with his current strength. If he really fights, it will be life-threatening, but he only has 1 life. How can he dare to fight casually? Even if he has the effect of Frost Fist, but his level is not high enough, he can't freeze Deacon Fu for too long. Before, Liang Tiancheng couldn't hold on for too long. Deacon Fu must be even shorter. Although the effect of Frost Fist is invincible, it doesn't mean that it is really invincible. If the level is too low, it can affect them for too long. It seems that it is necessary to quickly upgrade this thing. Fight or not? Tianyin squinted his eyes, constantly thinking about whether to fight Deacon Fu or not. There is a gap between them, but it doesn't mean that there is no chance. In order to avoid Deacon Fu's pursuit, he shuttled between the houses to continue to open the distance. However, Deacon Fu will not give up at all. He has a lot of responsibility for the death of his Wing Sect's disciple. I didn't expect this to happen. I was too negligent, damn it. Deacon Fu is very angry. He was originally a guest at the city lord's place, But when he came back, he heard that Ma Liangpang is dead. Then he chased straight, and under the rage, his strength completely broke out. He stared at Yi Tianyin, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. It's just that Yi Tianyin kept hiding between the houses, making him feel quite troublesome. No matter where you hide, it is useless. I have locked you. You can't escape. Deacon Fu's eyes are cold. His spiritual sense is completely locked on Yi Tianyin. As long as the distance is not too far, he can always lock. But when he continued to chase after a corner, he suddenly felt that his spiritual sense has lost its target. What's going on? Deacon Fu was shocked. After turning a corner, he suddenly couldn't sense Yi Tianyin anymore. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, completely gone. He quickly chased after Yi Tianyin and looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Yi Tianyin. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Bastard, where is he? Deacon Fu angrily punched the house next to him. With a loud bang, the house collapsed. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Otherwise, they would have been crushed to death. He was furious and looked around, his eyes filled with anger. Brat, I know you must be nearby. Don't come out if you have the guts. Jade Palace, right? I remember there were people from Jade Palace just now. I'll go and grab them now. Pinch them to death one by one, or throw them to the other disciples to play with. This is all your responsibility. Yi Tianyin, who was hiding in the dark, had a cold look in his eyes. He hated this kind of situation the most in his life. Family members should not be implicated. If Enling and Qin Shui were caught and humiliated because of him, he would never forgive himself. It seems that you forced me to do this. Wing Sec trash. Crazy power mode activate. He put on power bracelet, power ring, and power belt. Ding. Successfully activated set attribute. Bonus effect by 50%. After the bonus of 50%, the overall bonus is equal to 100%, which is equivalent to doubling the power. But this is not the end. He took out the violent pill that exploded before and stuffed it into his mouth. The power in his body quickly doubled again and activated crazy effect mode. Take any pill, the effect will be doubled. In an instant, his strength is strengthened by 6 times. In his eyes, blood flashed, and his strength was exerted to the extreme. His body was expanded by a circle, and he felt unprecedentedly powerful. Buzz. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was Yi Tianyin. He hid behind Deacon Fu and appeared. A scarlet dagger stabbed into Deacon Fu's chest. Everything was silent. However, compared to this scarlet dagger, Yi Tianyin's eyes are redder, and his eyes are full of anger. What he hates most is to transfer the hatred to his relatives. In this case, even if it costs his life, he must kill Deacon Fu. Deacon Fu immediately felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. In an instant, he quickly dodged to the side, but he still couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed by the scarlet dagger. Pucci! The scarlet dagger only penetrated an inch deep, but Yi Tianyin didn't expect Deacon Fu to be wearing a thin soft armor. But under Yi Tianyin's violent power, the dagger directly penetrated into the body, and several bones were broken. Get out of my way! The severe pain made Deacon Fu roar. He swung his hand and picked up the high-grade spiritual sword in his hand and slashed at his waist. The sharp sword edge is the wind-chasing stab. Yi Tianyin didn't dodge. His eyes were full of anger, and his body suddenly flashed with dazzling light. Divine armor effect. Activate. Dang! A violent shock came, and Yi Tianyin was shaken out, but so was Deacon Fu. He was bounced out by the terrible counterforce, and his hand was almost broken. Yi Tianyin's situation is not good, and his internal organs are in a mess, and he suffered serious injuries. However, he quickly took a 3rd-grade recovery pill, and in the blink of an eye he recovered more than half of his injuries. As expected of a 3rd-grade recovery pill, the effect is amazing, especially in the crazy effect mode. It doubles. Yi Tianyin didn't dare to relax. He didn't expect that he couldn't kill Deacon Fu even after he strengthened himself by 6 times. Deacon Fu's status is not low, and the armor on his body is naturally not simple. It is a high-grade treasure armor, and under his crazy attack it is not broken. But the next moment, he once again turned invisible and disappeared. The stealth skill basically has no cooldown time, unless the opponent's cultivation is much higher than his, or is proficient in spiritual sense detection. Otherwise, it is not easy to detect him. Deacon Fu can sense it, but only when he is close he can feel it. Where is he? Deacon Fu felt as if his hand was about to break. The strong recoil just now almost broke his arm. Now, even if it is not broken, the strong counterforce made him suffer a lot of injuries again. He quickly took out the elixir, stuffed it into his mouth, and recovered. His eyes looked around, but he can't see anyone, as if he is completely invisible. Originally, the stealth skill can only be detected when he is close, and it is impossible to see from afar. Chapter 39. Brat, stop hiding and sneaking around. Hurry up and come out. Deacon Fu held the spiritual sword and stabbed around crazily. The wind-chasing stab was constantly used. The intensive stabs rolled up bursts of strong chi, but none of them hit Yi Tianyan. Instead, they all hit the house in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy house was pierced into countless holes. The next moment, the house could no longer bear the force and collapsed with a loud bang. He seemed to have lost his mind and attacked everywhere. Because he couldn't feel Yi Tianyan's breath, he was like a headless fly, flying around and attacking randomly as if he had gone crazy. When he was about to go crazy, a ghostly figure emerged from behind him. Like a grim reaper harvesting lives, it stabbed towards Deacon Fu fiercely, once again stabbing his body fiercely. Deacon Fu's reaction wasn't slow this time. He raised his hand and slashed. His speed was even faster than Yi Tianyun's. This was the gap between their cultivation. Even if his strength increased by 6 times, it still couldn't make up for the gap. There was a gap of 4 realms between them. It wasn't something that could be made up for with 6 times the effect. At least 10 times the strength was needed to make up for it. Dark Shadow Cloak Effect activate. A black cloak wrapped in the air. It didn't have any defensive power. It was just a thin layer of silk. But when it wrapped, it brought an amazing effect. Immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. When experts fought, 5 seconds was enough to make a lot of moves. Not to mention 5 moves, 10 moves, even 20 moves wouldn't be a problem. However, this dark shadow cloak had a cooldown time. The next time it could be used, it would take 1 day. So in the current situation, he could only use it once. Go to hell! Yi Tianyan roared. His arms were completely bulged. He held the scarlet dagger tightly and stabbed forward. Now, he didn't think about anything else. He just wanted to keep stabbing forward. Bang! Deacon Fu thought that he would be able to pierce a hole in Yi Tianyan with this move. However, when he stabbed, he realized that he had stabbed into a ball of cotton. There was no force behind it at all. It should be said that his strength had been absorbed, and he was completely immune to his attacks. Yi Tianyan's body swayed, and the scarlet dagger in his hand fiercely stabbed forward. But this time it was aimed at Deacon Fu's neck. Deacon Fu only felt a chill on his neck, and he quickly leaned forward. His speed was too fast, and he dodged the stab just like that. After the first attack failed, Yi Tianyan held the scarlet dagger, turned around, and stabbed at Deacon Fu. With a poochie sound, it stabbed into Deacon Fu's body again. Due to the soft armor on his body, it didn't completely pierce through. But just like before, it still broke a few of Deacon Fu's ribs, and even caused internal bleeding. The next moment, Deacon Fu hurriedly dodged to the front. Blood was already overflowing from the corner of his mouth. His body was in a mess. If he didn't forcefully hold on, he would have vomited a mouthful of blood. However, at the same time, Yi Tianyan has already closely followed up and once again stabbed him like a ghost has been sticking to him. He didn't continue to attack Deacon Fu's neck. These gaps were mainly because he was afraid that his attack would miss. His speed was still much slower than Deacon Fu. If the target was smaller, the accuracy would naturally be greatly reduced. His failure just now was the best example. Therefore, he just needed to stab at Deacon Fu. Even if he didn't pierce through the armor with this violent force, he could still stab Deacon Fu seriously. "Bastard, don't be arrogant!" Deacon Fu roared. A jade box appeared in his hand. He suddenly opened it. The next moment, countless needles stabbed at this side. All of them hit the shadow cloak. There was no effect. Deacon Fu was stunned. He didn't expect that his trump card would be useless. "Old thief, today is the day you die." Tianyan roared and stabbed at him. The position was still the same as before. "Get out of my way." Deacon Fu roared and stabbed with his sword again, but this time his speed was much slower. Immediately he felt a chill on his back. He felt a sharp dagger piercing into his back. After the stab, Tianyan quickly dodged to the side, causing his attack to miss. You pierced through my soft armor." Deacon Fu looked at him in disbelief. The poison quickly spread throughout his body, making him unable to move in an instant. He couldn't even hold the spirit sword in his hand steadily, slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. "I stabbed you so many times in a row. Is it impossible for me to pierce your soft armor?" Tianyan already had a pair of boxing gloves on his hand. His eyes were full of killing intent. "If you kill me, Wing Sect will not let you go." Deacon Fu knelt on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to support himself. "Don't worry, no matter how many come, I will kill them all. When I become stronger, I will personally come to your sect and trample your Wing Sect." Tianyan's eyes were cold. Immediately he opened all modes. Whether it is experience or luck aura, they are all activated to the maximum. The next moment he punched at Deacon Fu. Deacon Fu could only watch helplessly. He couldn't move to resist. Bang! With a heavy punch, Deacon Fu exploded into pieces. He was no longer breathing. Following that, a series of numbers popped up crazily. Successfully killed Fu Yuxing. Reward 10. 000 EXP 5. 000 gold hidden weapon. Torrential pear blossom needle can only be used once. 1000 crazy point. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan. Successfully leveled up to 7th level spirit, refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan. Successfully leveled up to 7th level spirit, refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan. Successfully leveled up to 8th level spirit, refinement realm. He was shocked to level up 2 times in a row, especially killing a boss. How can there be a reward? Why was there no reward when he killed Liang Tiancheng? It is estimated that the range of killing a boss is not big enough. Isn't the thing that dropped a bit too little? Just a torrential pear blossom needle, similar to the one he used before? Tianyan checked the torrential pear blossom needle. He was shocked by the effect. Torrential pear blossom needle effect. Within a range of 100 meters, all cultivators within spirit refinement realm will die. This is too much. All cultivators within spirit refinement realm will die, including peak of spirit refinement realm. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. This can clear a large number of people who would dare to surround me. Chapter 40. After killing Deacon Fu, Tianyan quickly evacuated out of the city. Although he killed Deacon Fu, there are still many strong reinforcements coming. If a strong core condensation cultivator comes, he may not be able to kill him this time. The reward of fighting above level is tempting, but for now, with his current situation, he still can't succeed in killing him. Retreat first. Tianyan quickly evacuated. After rushing out of the city, he quickly summoned Snow Wolf. After the huge Snow Wolf was summoned, he quickly rode on it and ran to the distant forest. Looking at the Snow Wolf under him, it's a pity that this Snow Wolf's cultivation is only at 8th level of body refinement realm. Otherwise, it can become a powerful helper. In fact, this snow wolf can still be leveled up, but it's not fed with EXP or medicinal pill, but crazy point. As long as a certain amount of crazy point is fed, it can be leveled up, and then it will become a powerful helper. Before, his crazy point was too little, but now it's easier to get crazy point. Killing stronger cultivators or demon beasts, crazy point will come. This time, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough crazy point. Itianyan quickly found a cave to hide in. After hiding in the cave, Itianyan sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally a little safer. Let's look at the overall situation now. Player, Itianyan level, 18, 8th level of Spirit Refinement Realm, EXP, 3698 Crazy Point Prestige, 15 points Cultivation Technique, Dark North Divine Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Eagle Claw Art, Falling Feather Sword Technique, Floating Cloud Steps, Sky Cloud Steps, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin Weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Deity Armor, Shadow, Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck or Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt Mastery, Beginner Divine Rune Mastery, Intermediate Forging Mastery, Beginner Alchemy Mastery, Beginner Formation, Mastery All Items, 5 times EXP card for Recovery Medicinal Pills, Gift Pack LV15, 1 Lucky Draw Ticket, Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. Detailed list is listed so that he knows what he has, and soon he noticed the Gift Pack LV15. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to activate the Grand Prize Pack. Every time he opened the gift bag, he would be excited. There was nothing useless in these gift packs. They were definitely valuable items. How could he not be excited? He immediately opened the level 15 gift pack, and the items inside were immediately revealed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Appraisal, Lottery Mode, Special Category Item, 10 times Experience Card, Level 20 Upgrade Gift Pack. Sure enough, there were quite a few items, but none of them were heaven-defying. This was similar to the Novice Upgrade Gift Pack. It was impossible to obtain something that was heaven-defying. If he wanted to drop a heaven-defying item, he would need to kill monsters in order to obtain an exquisite item. In the Upgrade Gift Pack, there would definitely be tools that could help him. For example, there was an extra Appraisal Eye this time, and there was an extra slot for the Lucky Draw mode. This Appraisal Eye, what is it? Itianyan investigated the Appraisal Eye, and soon after, detailed information about its effects appeared. Appraisal Eye Effect can detect anyone's detailed data and assess their current comprehensive combat effectiveness. Well, it's a relatively basic tool to detect other people's data, but this way I know where the gap is. It's still relatively basic. Activate. After he activated it, there will not be any energy consumption, nor will it consume Crazy Point. It's just a simple inspection. When he raised his eyes to look at the Snow Wolf, the detailed data immediately appeared. Snow Wolf. Cultivation Level 8 Body Refinement Realm. For equal to Common Iron Middle Grade Armor. Sharp Claws equal to Common Iron Middle Grade Weapon Strength. HP 1000. Potential Grade 2. Combat Power 1300. This data is quite detailed, but there are still some things that are not shown, at least on the surface it is shown. Before, he could only see the other's favorability, but he could not see the detailed data, such as the comprehensive combat effectiveness. Snow Wolf only has 1300 combat effectiveness. Then how much combat effectiveness do I have? Tianyan investigated his own property panel, and sure enough, there was an additional comprehensive combat effectiveness, 18,570 points. This is the gap. Snow Wolf doesn't even have a fraction of his combat effectiveness, but the assessment of this combat effectiveness is related to his equipment. When he removed the power bracelet, he only had more than 9,000 points left. After all, according to the property, this can increase his strength by 100%. To be able to fight higher levels is entirely relying on these things or Berserk Pill. He can imagine that when he took Berserk Pill, the power increased by 6 times The fluctuations in combat effectiveness must be amazing. This is quite useful. At least I can know how much the other party's combat effectiveness is. Tianyin still attaches great importance to this data. For example, if the other party's combat effectiveness is more than 100,000, then what is the point of fighting? Just turn around and run. This is the key. Forget it. Now let's try the lottery. It just happens to be a free lottery. He immediately opened the lottery roulette, and sure enough, there is a special item module on it. But it looks a lot smaller, second only to the divine skill type. He immediately used the lottery roulette and quickly spun. Soon the lottery roulette stopped, consumable. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a pill that increases 5,000 experience points. This is too much. All I get is this stupid 5,000 experience points pill. Tianyin has the urge to vomit blood. He thought that even if it is a consumable, the reward would not be too bad. Now he feels that he is too naive, only obtaining 5,000 experience points pill. For him now, what is the use of it? Not much use at all. Now that his level is high, the experience he needs is more than 100,000. 5,000 experience points is really not much. I would rather have an additional recovery pill. It is better than 5,000 experience points. My luck is too bad. I actually only get 5,000 experience points pill. Tianyin sighed, then suddenly thought of an idea, slapped his thigh, and said, I almost forgot. I still have the lucky halo. The thing that can increase luck is here. Using it can increase luck by 5 times. Why not use it in the lottery? I wonder if it will be effective? Tianyin thought for a moment and immediately began to activate the lucky halo, consuming 1 point per second. Then he clenched his teeth and said, Lottery! Ding! Consume 1,000 crazy point. Start lottery. The crazy point was not particularly much. After the consumption, the roulette quickly rotated. Tianyin shouted in his heart, Divine skill type, divine skill type. The priority is definitely the divine skill type. This is the rarest thing. In the end, the needle of the roulette stopped at the special item. Well, at least it is the second rarest item, better than getting a consumable item. Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief and said, Let's see what it is. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining 100 transformation mask. Chapter 41. Inside a secret room, the atmosphere inside is a bit heavy. Bang! An expensive mahogany table was smashed into several pieces. The guard who came to report the news was scared and didn't dare to look up at the big boss in front of him. I didn't expect that after Ma Liangpeng went to your wind pavilion, this happened. Not only Ma Liangpeng died, even Deacon Fu died. Winged sect, Lord Qin Yinqing's eyes are cold and full of killing intent. Our deacons and pavilion lord are also dead. Do you think we are comfortable? Sitting on the side looks calm, but his eyes are full of anger, and he is the chief pavilion lord of Wind Pavilion, Xiang Tinya. That kid from Jade Palace, isn't he a bit too strange? Wasn't he supposed to be a weakling? How could he be so strong? Even Deacon Fu was killed by him, although there is no clear news that he killed Deacon Fu. But it must be someone from his side that killed Deacon Fu. Maybe someone from Jade Palace is helping him in the dark. Qin Yinqing is furious. He can't wait to swallow Tianyin alive. This is possible. Deacon Fu's cultivation is not weak. He can kill a peak spirit refinement cultivator. This is absolutely impossible. Xiang Tinya said coldly, It is very likely that he was killed by the elder of Jade Palace, or even by Shi Shuyun. I heard that Shi Shuyun is very fond of him. It is not impossible for her to secretly follow him. Well done, Jade Palace. But that kid said that he is no longer a disciple of Jade Palace in the future, and the things he caused have nothing to do with Jade Palace. Qin Yinqing frowned. But that kid is indeed an outer disciple. We can't pursue this matter at all. Can't pursue this matter. Xiang Tinya's eyes flashed with a bit of cold light. This is not a big loss for us. Order the arrest of that kid. Dig 3 feet under the ground to catch him. This time, our Wind Pavilion's reputation has suffered a great loss, and Rain Pavilion is ruthlessly suppressed. Don't worry, that kid is definitely a wanted man. Capture him and kill him in front of Jade Palace. Qing Yunqing's eyes are bloodshot, but soon Jade Palace will be ours, including the treasures inside. That's right, Jade Palace thinks they're safe, hee. They looked at each other, and from each other's eyes they saw a bit of success, as if Jade Palace is going to be in their bag. It is rumored that in Jade Palace there's a treasure that everyone yearns for, but Jade Palace's foundation is not low, so no one dares to take it. From the looks of it, the time was almost ripe for them. Tianyan doesn't know about the collusion between Wing Sect and Wind Pavilion. He is now in a remote area, Illusory Beast Mountain Range. He came here for a very simple reason, to level up. He knew that his current cultivation was too low. For others, it may be relatively high, but in the face of Wing Sect and other big sects, his cultivation was still too low. Therefore, he must come here to temper himself and break through to the core condensation stage. In the eyes of others, it is an incredible thing, but for him, as long as there are enough demon beasts, then he can break through. There is no bottleneck to speak of. This is Illusory Beast Mountain Range. It really looks a bit gloomy. Tianyan, who is standing at the peak of the mountain, looked down from here and saw an endless forest. He felt an unknown danger from this forest. The deeper he goes, the higher the cultivation level of the demon beasts inside. Let's go. Tianyan turned over and sat on the snow wolf and began to dive down. Under the crazy run, many weaker demon beasts have been scared to run around. He ran all the way to the depths of the forest. The level of demon beasts here is too low. The experience to kill is too little. Soon after going deep into the depths of the forest, suddenly roar, a giant bear rushed up from the side. For Tianyan broke into its territory. It used a strong slap to express its anger. Come at the right time. Snow wolf you go. Tianyan quickly turned over from the snow wolf. The snow wolf roared, turned into a silver light, and rushed up. Xiao, a silver light flashed. The giant bear has a deep bloodline. And then the giant bear froze in place. The next moment, the giant bear fell to the ground, completely motionless. Successfully killed the giant bear. Gained 900 EXP. 1 bear skin, 90 crazy point. Not bad after activating crazy mode. The EXP is 1800. Tianyan felt that the EXP here is quite considerable. The demon beasts in this area are generally promoted to the level of body refinement realm, not high nor low. Killing them is more efficient. It was true that those with high cultivations would gain a lot of experience, but it was even more difficult to kill them. Demon beasts are different from cultivators. Their skin is too thick. It is not so easy to kill them. It is more to take care of this snow wolf. He didn't have any helpers. Leveling up his pet was undoubtedly the best way to help him. Immediately, a frenzied slaughter broke out in this area. 1 man and 1 beast, madly hunting demon beasts in this area. Soon the experience rose crazily. The level of the snow wolf naturally increased. Congratulations, player! The level of the pet snow wolf successfully broke through to the 9th level of body refinement realm. Congratulations, player! The level of the pet snow wolf successfully broke through to the 10th level of body refinement realm. Congratulations, player! The killing is still going on crazily. The level of the snow wolf is growing rapidly. The crazy mode has been activated, has been maintained in the double EXP mode. With his current situation of getting crazy point, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough crazy point unless he uses crazy lottery. But he doesn't want to draw lottery for the time being. After all, there are many uses for crazy point. How can he use it after drawing it? He wants to accumulate 100,000 crazy point. To upgrade this crazy mode, what level will he reach? After a few days of crazy hunting, Tianyan is basically tired, sat down to rest for a while. He turned his head and glanced at the snow wolf. The appraisal eye is automatically activated. Snow wolf. Cultivation 5th level of spirit refinement realm. forelimb claws grade ordinary iron upper grade. For grade ordinary iron upper grade, HP 4500, combat power 5700. He raised the snow wolf's cultivation level and was quite satisfied with the result. Just as he was about to head deeper into the forest and start killing stronger demonic beasts, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. It was very urgent, and it was getting closer and closer. When he was just about to evacuate on the snow wolf, a message sounded in his ear. Random task. Do you want to accept rescue mission task? Complete reward. 5,000 EXP, 100 yen, Lingxue favorability, 10 prestige value. What? Increase prestige value by 10. Tianyun's feet stopped. He doesn't like the previous rewards, but the prestige value is different. Some tasks don't increase prestige value at all. Only some tasks that help others can increase prestige value. Do you want to accept or not? Tianyun rolled his eyes, immediately nodded, and said, Accept. Chapter 42. Ding. Random quest successfully accepted. The system's mechanical voice came. There are a lot of random quests. As the situation is triggered, it will appear to accept the quest. The reward is really ordinary. The difficulty is also moderate. So it's up to the individual whether to accept it or not. Tianyun is not in a hurry. Plus, there is a reward. He will definitely accept it. Killing monsters here, you can't get any luck points. You can only complete the quest. Immediately, he quickly put away the snow wolf, so as not to be seen. But if he really was seen, he will be surprised, but he won't feel strange. Because beast tamer is also a profession here, but it is extremely rare. In order not to cause any conflict, he decided to put it away. Sure enough, soon there was a sparse sound coming from the front. A few people rushed from the outside of the forest. When they saw Tianyun, they became vigilant and pulled out their swords from their waists, looking at him coldly. Who's there? The strong man looked at him with full vigilance, but his cultivation is not high, only second-level spirit refinement realm. But among this group of guards, his level is relatively high. There are a total of 4 guards. The remaining one is a beautiful girl, presumably Yen Lingxue. The rest of the cultivation is lower than spirit refinement realm, around 7th or 8th level body refinement realm. They are qualified guards. Tianyun glanced at them, using the appraisal eye to list their detailed data. So their cultivation, their situation, everything is clear. What surprised him is the old man next to Yen Lingxue. Although his cultivation is not the highest, he is also the 1st level spirit refinement realm. The closest to Yen Lingxue seems to be a housekeeper, more like a trusted aide. It seems that the hired guards are just 3 guards, but it is not a problem for them to come here to pick spirit herbs. Don't be nervous. I am just here to gain experience. Tianyun smiled. That was especially true of the old man. His body, which had been slightly bent, immediately straightened when he saw him. It was obvious that he was ready to attack. In this desolate and uninhabited forest, one had to be on their guard against anyone they met. Roar! At this time, a low roar came from behind, and a group of giant bears caught up to them, interrupting their conversation. This was the territory of bears, and a slight carelessness would lead to the attack of a group of giant bears. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a group of giant bears. They were completely blocked, and there was no place for them to escape. Everyone, prepare to break out of the encirclement. The leader of the group roared and pulled out his sword. It was a pretty good, low-grade spiritual weapon. Not everyone was like Tianyun, who could casually create a bunch of spiritual weapons. Sir, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Yen Lingxue apologized, but the others didn't say anything, treating him as if he was invisible. Tianyun squinted his eyes and looked at her. It seems that this Yen Lingxue is quite polite, at least not like these guards, not even willing to say a word of apology. Don't worry, I'll help you break out of the encirclement. Tianyun laughed and quickly approached them, but not too close. Boy, stay away. The strong man glared at him. He was afraid that Tianyun would loot a burning house. Big Brother Tan, don't be too nervous. I think this young master really wants to help us, Yan Lingxue said. Moreover, at this time, what's the point of talking? Tan Yongxing's face darkened, but in the end he still nodded. There was already a bear pouncing on him. Tan Yongsheng rushed over and ruthlessly slashed down with his saber, cutting the giant bear in two. It was an easy kill. Tan Yongxing's cultivation was originally higher than these giant bears, so killing them in a second was not surprising. The other guards moved to block the giant bears. Only the old man remained motionless, guarding Yan Lingshue's side. As long as there is no threat to Yan Lingxue, he won't make a move. Otherwise, the guards they hired would be meaningless. Roar! At this time, a giant bear suddenly pounced out of the forest, biting towards Yan Lingxue. The smell of blood coming from its bloody mouth was so heavy that it made people want to vomit. When the old man was ready to kill the giant bear, Yi Tianyan rushed over, aimed at the giant bear, and smashed it. Bang! The giant bear was hit and flew out, disappearing into the forest. No one knows if it's alive or dead. Everyone looked at it from the corner of their eyes. They were shocked by the power. They didn't expect to be able to easily hit a giant bear with bare hands. This is really a natural brute force. Ding successfully killed the giant bear. Gained 700 EXP, 70 crazy point. The message that popped out proved that he successfully killed the giant bear, but there was no drop. Yan Lingshue's eyes lit up. This power is not bad, it's really eye-catching. But it doesn't seem to be too eye-catching, not as strong as the others. It seems that it was just a hit. Tan Yongsheng glanced at it, and immediately did not say anything, continued to rush forward, and soon broke out of the encirclement. In the process, they killed all the giant bears that came their way, fulfilling their duty. Yi Tianyan also hit the giant bear on the side. His action looks casual. It's just hitting the giant bear. It doesn't look like they killed the giant bear, because not killing the giant bear means that these giant bears will continue to fight back. It's still troublesome. In fact, only he knows that after the punch, it looks like it didn't die, but the inside has been shattered. It can't be more dead. Because Yi Tianyan helped them, they didn't say anything. Anyway, it's free. Soon, under the leadership of Tan Yongsheng, they successfully broke out of the encirclement of the giant bear. When everyone saw that the giant bear behind them didn't catch up, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's really not an easy thing to get rid of these giant bears. Finally, they don't dare to catch up. Let's take a break. Tan Yongxing gasped, motioning them to take a break. Yi Tianyan is fine, but when he stopped, he heard a voice in his ear. Ding, completed the protection task. Gained 5,000 EXP, 100 yen, Lingxue, favorability, 10 prestige point. This task is easy to complete. Easily get 10 prestige point. Yi Tianyan smiled. This kind of small task is quite cost-effective. If time permits, he hopes to do a few more of this task. After all, it can increase his prestige point. Prestige point is a great help to his luck. He doesn't know what will happen if he continues to increase it. Chapter 43. While everyone was gasping for breath, Yi Tianyan was relaxed. This was really not difficult for him. It was even more impossible for him to gasp for breath. Thank you for your hard work. Here are some recovery dawn. Take them and recover well. Yan Lingxue took a bottle of dawn and distributed it to the guards, and finally came to Yi Tianyan's side, handed it to him and said, Young master, this is for your recovery dawn. This time I really thank you for your help. Draw your sword to help? They looked at this side. Several guards showed disdain in their eyes. Isn't this helping? Just sending the bear flying. What kind of ability is that? Maybe the giant bears that pounced after Yi Tianyan didn't kill them. That's why they counterattacked. But they didn't say anything. Anyway, they will leave soon. It's useless to say anything. Yi Tianyan took the dawn. Anyway, it's free. It's a waste not to take it. Thank you. Yi Tianyan thanked. Anyway, his purpose has been achieved. It doesn't matter what other people think of him. You're welcome. This little girl is Yan Lingxue. I still don't know young master's name. Yan Lingxue smiled faintly. Her delicate face is always like a white lotus. Although not very beautiful, it looks very pure. Easy to make people have a good impression. 100 points is enough for Yan Lingxue to become friends with him, so it's not surprising that she has this kind of feeling. This one is Yuntian. He had reversed his name. He had long since put on the 100 transformation mask and changed his appearance. His age was about the same. The effect of the 100 transformation mask is to change the appearance of any age at will, but it can't change into a woman, only a man. He doesn't know whether the Wing sect issued a wanted order, but to be safe, he chose to hide his name and change his appearance. This is undoubtedly a lot safer. Walking outside, if you don't pay more attention, it's easy to fall. So, it's young Master Yi, are you here to gain experience? Which family are you from? Yan Lingxue asked. I come from a declining family. This time, I came here for a walk, planning to gain some experience. Coincidentally, I saw you guys. That's how it turned out. Yi Tianyan smiled, not telling the truth. In any case, it was just a chance encounter. After completing the mission, Zhang Xian planned to leave. However, what he said next not only stunned him, but also stunned everyone else. Then I wonder if young Master Yi, since this is an experiential training, I would like to invite young Master Yi to be my guard and escort me to pick the spirit herbs. How about it? I'll calculate your remuneration. I don't know if you are willing to take this job? Yan Lingxue asked. Ding, do you accept the quest, escort Yan Lingxue to pick spirit herbs? Reward: 10,000 experience, 20 favorability points, 15 prestige points. A task popped up in his mind. This was a task given by Yan Lingxue, but he didn't know if he would accept it or not. His prestige points were not bad, but the favorability points increased a lot this time. He could understand that it was only a small increase. 100 points was the good friend status. If he continued to increase it, then it would evolve into other statuses. He must continue to accept tasks in order to completely change Yan Lingxue's affection towards him. Except, Yi Tianyan didn't think too much about it. Since it's on the way, he will do it together. Anyway, he only needed to find the spirit herbs. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the spirit herbs that Yan Lingxue needed here. But after accepting the task, a discordant voice came from the side. Miss Yan, are you sure you want to accept this unknown kid? Tan Yongsheng came over, looking at Yi Tianyan with a bit of dissatisfaction. But looking at Yan Lingxue's eyes, it was more gentle, with a bit of admiration. Big Brother Tan, the illusory Beast Mountain Range is full of dangers, so I plan to find more helpers. Young Master Yi's skill is good. He has infinite strength. In the battle just now, he played a big role. Yan Lingxue said with a smile, We were too anxious before, so we didn't find a few more. Now it seems that we really need to find a few more guards. The old man next to her did not speak, completely listening to Yan Lingxue. Relying on this brute force kid? Before, he couldn't kill those giant bears with one punch. Instead, it easily angered those giant bears. If he is not decisive, it will only add to the trouble. Tan Yongxing frowned. He was not willing to accept this Yi Tianyan. As long as you give young Master Yi a weapon, I think the situation will be different. Obviously, Yan Lingxue regarded him as a poor ghost. He didn't even have a weapon, only relying on his fists to kill the enemy. These words made Tan Yongxing look down on him even more. He didn't even have a weapon. How can he fight? Miss Yan, there is no need for this. With our strength, we are fully capable of protecting you. There is no need to continue to invite people. Tan Yongxing said in a deep voice. Some people, if invited, will easily become a burden. Although he didn't mention any names. But there is no doubt that he was targeting Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan frowned. Isn't this Tan Yongxing a bit too much? Yan Lingxue also frowned. She felt that Tan Yongxing's words were a bit too much. Although he didn't kill them directly, at least he pulled out his sword to help, instead of abandoning them and running away. Big Brother Tan, I have my own sense of propriety. Having more people is safer, it's decided. Yan Lingxue decided, no longer listening to Tan Yongxing's advice. Tan Yongxing frowned, there was a bit of anger in his eyes, but in the end he still coldly snorted, looked at Yi Tianyin and warned. Boy, you have to listen to my instructions, understand? Otherwise, if you cause any trouble, you will have to bear all the consequences. No, I only listen to Miss Yan. She is my employer, not you. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Asking him to listen to Tan Yongxing's words is simply a joke. He will only listen to Yan Lingxue. Listening to this fool's words, the first to die will definitely be him. He felt that Tan Yongxing didn't come here as a guard, but to gain Yan Lingxue's favor. It seems that he wanted to build a relationship with Yan family. That's why he came here as a guard. He must have rejected outsiders. Tan Yongxing's heart was burning with anger, but he couldn't find any flaws in Yi Tianyin's words. He couldn't say anything, but he also could not say anything. There is nothing to say. Yi Tianyin turned his head to look at Yan Lingxue, smiled, and said, Miss Yan, I will listen to your instructions. I don't know what spirit herb we're going to pick this time. Chapter 44. Tan Yongxing's heart was full of anger. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute anything. He just stared at him fiercely, turned around and left, no longer paying attention to him. The other guards also looked at him fiercely. They didn't have a good impression of Yi Tianyin. He was originally with Tan Yongxing. Tan Yongxing hated him. The others were not much better. Yan Lingxue glanced over there. She could only apologize. I'm sorry, young master. Their nature is not bad, but they have some doubts about you. Please don't mind. Yi Tianyin was speechless. This nature is not bad? That's not bad to you, not bad to me, right? This feeling of rejection. He couldn't wait to kick himself out. This doesn't matter. I don't know, Miss Yan. What kind of spirit medicine are you looking for? Yi Tianyin asked. He wanted to find the spirit medicine quickly and complete this task. He didn't care about the rest. I'm looking for a spirit medicine called dragon tail grass. The nearby medicine buildings don't sell it. I can only come to pick it myself. I heard that it will appear in the middle of the illusory Beast Mountain Range, but the number is extremely rare. Yan Lingxue said, Dragon tail grass. Yi Tianyin certainly knows what dragon tail grass is. Since he obtained beginner alchemy proficiency, he has already known a lot of lower-grade spirit medicines. Dragon tail grass is not high grade, only second grade, but the rarity is indeed relatively high. Usually it is difficult to find. Although it is difficult to find, it does not mean that the price will be high, because the effect of this dragon tail grass is relatively limited. It is mainly used to treat those who have hallucinations, that is, to treat those who are delirious under normal circumstances. This kind of situation rarely occurs. For example, cultivation deviation. This kind of situation will occur. Otherwise, this kind of hallucination situation will not occur. Excuse me, Miss Yan, did someone in your family practice cultivation deviation? Yi Tianyin asked. Young Master Yi, you also know the properties of this spirit medicine? Yan Lingxue was a little surprised. The old man next to her couldn't help but look at him. Dragon tail grass is relatively rare, so few people know what its effect is. Yi Tianyin did not say the effect, but he has already said the basic use. I know a little. Usually when I have nothing to do, I will go and identify spiritual herbs. Otherwise, when I am training here, I might see some spiritual herbs and not know what they are. If I miss them, it would be my loss, explained Yi Tianyin with a smile. It seems that young Master Yi is really knowledgeable. I came here to pick spirit herbs for my family. Yan Lingxue smiled faintly, but her eyebrows were full of worry. So that's the case. But Miss Yan doesn't have to worry. This trip will definitely find the dragon tail grass. Yi Tianyin laughed. I hope so. Dragon tail grass is indeed difficult to find. It is not precious, but it is relatively rare, mainly because it rarely grows in this area. We have rested enough. Let's prepare to set off. Otherwise, it will be late. Tan Yongxing could not help but shout out when he saw the two of them chatting enthusiastically. Only then did they finish their preparations and continue on their way. Tianyin didn't care. Anyway, they are leading the way. Under the leadership of Tan Yongsheng, they smoothly entered the central part of the illusory Beast Mountain Range. There are many monsters here, and their cultivation base is basically around the first level of spirit refinement. On the way, they encountered some monsters, but they were easily beheaded by Tan Yongsheng. Every time the monsters came, he took the lead to charge, in order to show off in front of Yan Lingxue. Tianyin is too lazy to show off. Since Tan Yongsheng wants to show off, he will let him show off. Strange, it's really hard to find. Is dragon tail grass really that hard to find? Tan Yongsheng took them to search for a while in the middle of the mountain range. There was no trace of dragon tail grass at all. Seeing that the sky is getting darker and darker, if they continue like this, not only will it increase the difficulty of finding it, but the monsters will also become more frequent. After circling around, Tan Yongxing proposed, "Miss Yan, it seems that this time we really can't find it. We can only temporarily evacuate. It's too dangerous to stay in this area at night." Yan Lingxue is unwilling. She is more anxious to find this dragon tail grass. If they continue to delay like this, they will run out of time. "Miss Yan, let me lead the way, okay?" Tianyin stood up and said, "Let's see if we can find it." "You?" Tan Yongxing glanced at him and said with disdain, "Do you think you can find it by yourself?" "That's right. Even Boss Tan can't find it. How can you find it?" The guard next to him followed up with a sentence. He was very dissatisfied with Tianyin's words. "Can't you see? Miss Yan is very anxious to find this dragon tail grass. If you are afraid, then you can go back. I will find it." Tianyin didn't want to delay. If they don't look for it, he will look for it himself. Once he finds the dragon tail grass, he will complete the task. Yan Lingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. She is really anxious, otherwise she would not come in person. Those medicine stores said that there is no dragon tail grass for the time being, but they only need to wait for a few more days, and the cargo will be delivered, but she can't wait. "We are afraid." Tan Yongsheng suddenly became angry. "I am not worried about Miss Yan. It is so dangerous here at night. Since you said you can find it by yourself, then you lead the way. I want to see if you have any way to find this dragon tail grass." His eyes were full of sarcasm. He would like to see what Tianyin can do. If he can't find it, he will definitely lose his face. It just suits his heart. "I don't have any way. I just want to look for it casually. There is no other meaning." Tianyin certainly has no ability. He doesn't know where to start, but he wants to give it a try. "You two don't have to quarrel. In that case, let young master lead the way." Yan Lingxue is obviously biased towards him. Although it is dangerous at night, she is really anxious. "Well, I will listen to Miss Yan. Kid, this time you lead the way." Tan Yongsheng sneered, reached out, and motioned him to lead the way. At the same time he retreated to the side. He has searched this area. He doesn't believe that Tianyin can really find it. No problem. Tianyin took a step forward, and then said in his heart, "Luck aura activate." Yes, he has no way to find the dragon tail grass, but he has a way. That is to activate luck aura. With amazing luck, let's see if he can find this dragon tail grass. After activating luck aura, crazy point rapidly decreased, 1 crazy point per second. How can it not be painful? Although it is a lot easier to earn now, but looking for something, it takes a lot of time. He walked forward with the crowd. The people behind him sneered, watching how he is looking. Tianyin didn't feel anything. Anyway, he just casually walked in a direction. After walking for a few minutes, he turned his head and looked around, and suddenly saw a spirit medicine that looks like a dragon's tail, inserted next to the tree root. Is this really possible? Tianyin didn't expect to use luck aura like this. He just walked in a random place. It didn't take him long to find it. Chapter 45. Dragon Tail Grass. Tianyin pointed to the bottom of the root. But his heart was happy. He didn't expect to really find it. It was so easy, there was no difficulty at all. This is luck. Where? Yan Lingshue's beautiful eyes looked in the direction pointed by Yi Tianyin and found that it was really dragon tail grass. She has read the detailed description, so she can tell at a glance whether this is dragon tail grass or not. It's really dragon tail grass. They were all stunned. They didn't expect to really find the dragon tail grass. It took less than a stick of incense to burn back and forth, but Yi Tianyin easily found it. Their previous mockery and suspicions had now turned into a vicious slap to their faces. Yi Tianyin walked over, and when he saw the dragon tail grass, he pulled it up. Just pulling it up, he felt a pain in his hand. He found that his palm was scratched by this dragon tail grass. Strange. Can this dragon tail grass scratch me? Yi Tianyin felt strange. After careful inspection, he found that this dragon tail grass is a bit special. It is slightly bigger than the dragon tail grass he saw. In addition to this one, there are several other seemingly ordinary ones. They were picked up by him and immediately came over with the dragon tail grass. Did you really find it? Tan Yongsheng was still skeptical. He really didn't want to believe that Yi Tianyin really helped them find the dragon tail grass. And it took a very short time. Miss Yen, this is the dragon tail grass for you. Yi Tianyin handed it to her, but it was the more ordinary one. The special one was left. When Yan Lingxue took the dragon tail grass, she looked at it carefully. She was surprised and smiled at Yi Tianyin. It's really dragon tail grass. I didn't expect young master Yi to find it. It's amazing. She smiled like a flower. She couldn't close her mouth. He thought that it would take a long time to find it, and when the sky was completely dark, they would definitely evacuate. Who knew that they would find it after just a few rounds? This undoubtedly shortened the time needed. It's good that you found it. Let's go back now, said Yi Tianyin with a smile. The rest of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt awkward at the side. Previously, they were unwilling to let Yi Tianyin help them. Now, they found the place as soon as Yi Tianyin led the way. They were definitely embarrassed to death. Yan Lingxue smiled and nodded. Now they can finally go back. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Escort Yan Lingxue to pick spiritual herbs. The reward is 10,000 experience points, 20 favorability points towards Yan Lingxue, and 15 prestige points. After finding the dragon tail grass, it means that the task is completed and he will get the reward. It is too easy. Just as he was about to leave with them, there was a sudden explosion as a ray of light soared into the sky from the distance. The multicolored light filled the sky. It seemed like a treasure had appeared, and a steady stream of spiritual energy, fluctuations came from the distance. The most important thing is that this colorful light rushed from a distance and directly shrouded Yi Tianyin. This is like being chosen. This time, everyone was stupefied. Everything happened so suddenly, without any warning at all. The time-limited task, Dragon God's Inheritance, has been started. The time is 3 days. Reward, Dragon God's Inheritance. Failed to complete the task within the time limit and will be obliterated by the Dragon God. What the hell? Yi Tianyin was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? If he fails, he will be obliterated by the Dragon God. What does this mean? Immediately, he glanced at the dragon tail grass and his heart sank. He said in amazement, "Is this the dragon tail grass?" Thinking about it carefully, this dragon tail grass is really strange. It is definitely not an ordinary dragon tail grass, and it is somewhat special. Usually, the dragon tail grass will never scratch people, but now he was scratched. The strange thing is that his blood was quickly absorbed by the ground. After absorbing the blood, the ground also emitted a little light. He didn't pay much attention at the time. Now that he thought about it, is this the prerequisite to start this task? I was chosen by the Dragon God. Is it because of this luck aura? Yi Tianyin was shocked. So my luck is really too good. Hearing that the reward for failure is to be obliterated by the Dragon God, His heart suddenly turned cold. What kind of luck is this? What is this situation? Yan Lingxue and the others were dumbfounded. Inexplicably, a beam of light shrouded Yi Tianyan. It seems that some kind of mechanism was triggered. However, this beam of light did not last too long. It only shrouded him for a moment and then disappeared completely. However, in the distance, there is a continuous release of a circle of light fluctuations. At a glance, it seems that there will be some treasures born. Miss Yen, I have to leave now. I hope this dragon tail grass can help you. After that, Yi Tianyan hurriedly ran into the forest and quickly disappeared from their sight. There are only 3 days left. It seems that he is still in the forest. Time must not be delayed. If he is too slow, he will be obliterated by the dragon god. Although he doesn't know what the dragon god is, hearing this name, he knows that it is not simple. Young master, Yan Lingxue wanted to let Yi Tianyan stay, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye, which made her deeply regret. She wanted to invite Yi Tianyan to go back as a guest. She didn't expect him to leave like this. At this time, Tan Yongsheng was silent for a moment and immediately turned to the guard next to him and said, "You go with me. You will escort Miss Yen back. It is not too late to go back. There will be no danger." Then he said to Yan Lingxue, "Miss Yen, I will not escort you back. It seems that there is a treasure in front of us. We plan to go and have a look. There will not be much danger when we go back. Please rest assured." After that, without waiting for Yan Lingxue to speak, he hurriedly chased after Yi Tianyan with his companions. Seeing that the treasure is about to be born, he hurriedly wanted to check it out. If he found some amazing treasure, who would care about this reward? When he becomes stronger, he will have everything. Yan Lingxue looked at their departing figures and looked up at the flashing light, but she shook her head. The most important thing for her now is to take this dragon tail grass back to save people, not to continue to stay here. "Let's go." Yan Lingxue took one last look behind her and quickly retreated. She did not continue to stay here. The old man next to her also glanced at her. He did not say a word and continued to follow Yan Lingxue back. He completely listened to Yan Lingxue's instructions. He did not listen to other people's words. He will not casually take action. He just followed silently. At this time, Tan Yongsheng quickly chased in the direction where Yi Tianyan disappeared. His eyes were cold. This kid, he must have gotten some information. Otherwise, the light would not have shrouded him. What should we do now? The companion next to him said. Chapter 46. Yi Tianyan rushed all the way to the depths of the illusory Beast Mountain range and summoned the Snow Wolf. After riding on it, his speed suddenly increased. However, the deeper they get into the illusory Beast Mountain range, the stronger the monsters inside. When he went deep into the illusory Beast Mountain range, a huge black tiger suddenly blocked in front of them. Its pitch-black eyes stared at them, and it opened its huge mouth and pounced on them without hesitation. A strong momentum swept over here. 7th level spirit, refinement realm, cultivation. Go. Yi Tianyan did not feel any pressure at all. Its cultivation is lower than him. The next moment he rode on the Snow Wolf and rushed forward. Yi Tianyan bounced from the Snow Wolf at the same time and rushed towards the black tiger. At the same time when the Snow Wolf rushed to fight with it, Yi Tianyan has already fallen on its body and rode on it. Absorbing Star's great technique. Yi Tianyan will not miss this opportunity to gain experience. He now wants to quickly improve his cultivation. The time to go to Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is not long. Don't forget, there is still the main quest there. He must complete it. As long as he improves his cultivation, and with this 100 transformation mask, he can openly sneak into the ruins. Ding, get 130 EXP, 150 EXP, 120 EXP. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Absorbing Star's great technique proficiency reached 1000. Starting to upgrade Absorbing Star's great technique. Successfully upgraded Absorbing Stars Great Technique to Earth Level Martial Art. Lower level requires 100,000 points of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to player E. Tianyin. Dark North Divine Art proficiency reached 1,000. Starting to upgrade Dark North Divine Art. Successfully upgraded Dark North Divine Art to Earth Level Martial Art. Lower level requires 100,000 points of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to player E. Tianyin. Frost Fist proficiency reached 1,000. Starting to upgrade Frost Fist. Successfully upgraded Frost Fist to low-grade Spirit Tool. Lower level requires 10,000 points of proficiency. At this time, his cultivation technique and weapon began to improve, and his level suddenly rushed up. After killing monsters outside for so long, he had finally leveled up. This was not an easy thing to level up. It looked like there were only 1,000 proficiency points. Most of the time, it wasn't something that could be increased by a single punch. Rather, one had to deal a lot of damage in order to increase it. After leveling up, the speed at which he absorbed and gained EXP increased exponentially. Ding, get 1,000 experience points, 1,300 experience points, 1,100 experience points. His experience bar had increased tenfold in an instant. Actually, it wasn't that his experience bar had increased tenfold, but his absorption speed and capacity had increased tenfold. In the blink of an eye, the Black Tiger's spiritual power was completely sucked dry. Originally, it wanted to throw off E. Tianyin, who was riding on its body, but before it could do so, its spiritual power was completely sucked dry. Its huge body went limp, and the snow wolf took the opportunity to stab it with its sharp claws, ending its life. Ding, successfully killed Black Tiger, gained 6,000 EXP, 500 crazy point. Ding, congratulations to player E. Tianyin for successfully leveling up to 9th level Spirit Refinement Realm. Ding, congratulations to pet Snow Wolf for successfully leveling up to 6th level Spirit Refinement Realm. After the successful kill, the accumulated EXP finally reached the standard for leveling up. This made E. Tianyin excited. He finally leveled up again. If it weren't for the Snow Wolf, he would have already started killing crazily in this area. Leveling up wasn't a difficult thing to do. Very good, keep going. E. Tianyin turned over and landed on the Snow Wolf and continued to rush inside. As long as a monster pounced on him, he won't refuse. First, he pounced on the monster and absorbed its spiritual power. Because of the upgrade of his martial arts, the absorption speed is too terrifying. The monster had no strength to fight back. At this speed, he soon came to the depths of the illusory Beast Mountain. As he went deeper, the feeling became stronger and stronger. This should be ready to reach the destination. E. Tianyin took out the dragon tail grass from his arms. This dragon tail grass exudes a faint red glow as if guiding him. Under the constant running of the Snow Wolf, he finally reached the destination. Over there. E. Tianyin's eyes narrowed. Not far away, there was a colorful light coming this way. He quickly rode the Snow Wolf. After rushing out of the forest, his eyes suddenly opened up, and in front of him was a huge temple. Looking at the soil around the temple, it looks like it has just emerged from the ground. If it has been here for a long time, the soil must be stuck to the temple, but now it is rolling out. This is the Dragon God Temple? E. Tianyin looked up. On the stone pillars around the Dragon God Temple, there is a huge dragon wrapped around it. Each dragon looks lifelike, and the next moment it will fly away. But the door is closed, it seems to be closed and can't be opened. He put away the Snow Wolf and looked around the Dragon God Shrine. A wave of dragon might spread out from the inside, making people want to kneel down from the bottom of their hearts. Immediately, he didn't think much and approached the door. Just as he stepped on the steps, he paused a little, his eyes slightly glanced to the side, revealing a smile. Then he continued to walk forward, reached out and covered the door, pushing it forward, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The door can't be opened at all, making him frown. I can't open it. Do I have to use the dragon tail grass? Tianyin took out the dragon tail grass and pressed it on the door. Then the dragon tail grass bloomed with colorful light. Like the key to open the door, the huge door made a loud rumble sound and opened inside. After opening a hole, he walked in. But as soon as he walked in, the door began to rumble and was ready to close. At this moment, two figures rushed in from the outside. As soon as they got in, the door rumbled and slammed shut. Oh, sure enough, you followed me. You didn't escort Miss Yen back, but followed me. This is a dereliction of duty. When Tianyin saw Tan Yongxing rushing in, he was not surprised. Generally, when people see the situation, they will quickly follow up. It is possible to find treasures. How can they miss this opportunity? Tan Yongxing looked at him with a grim expression, staring at the dragon tail grass in his hand, and said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. This dragon tail grass is the key to the dragon god temple. Hand over this dragon tail grass, and I will spare your life. Spare my life? Tianyin smiled. If he hadn't killed the demon beasts along the way, how could they have caught up with him? Or how could they have followed him safely? They would have been intercepted by the demon beasts. Chapter 47. Yes, hand over the dragon tail grass, and we will spare your life. Tan Yongxing's expression was ferocious, looking at him with eyes full of killing intent and greed. He is not a fool. He can see that this dragon tail grass is the key. Opening the door used this dragon tail grass, and it may be used later. So this dragon tail grass must be obtained. I think, even if I hand over the dragon tail grass, you will not let me go, right? Tianyin looked at the killing intent in Tan Yongxing's eyes, but smiled slightly, not caring at all. Tan Yongxing and his companions have already circled around and surrounded him. They want to surround him from the bottom of their hearts and don't want to let him escape into this dragon temple. With the dragon tail grass as the key, they don't have this dragon tail grass, so they dare not say that they can go unhindered inside. At least it's much better than you not handing it over. The next moment, Tan Yongxing has already rushed up, quickly pulled out a long sword in his hand, and pierced it at an amazing speed, aiming directly at Tianyin's heart, trying to kill him in one blow. Tianyin is motionless in the same place, like a fool, letting Tan Yongxing slaughter him. When Tianyin was about to stab Tianyin suddenly moved and disappeared from his spot. Tan Yongxing's pupils constricted. The spirit sword in his hand has stabbed the air, disappeared. Immediately after, a palm climbed on his shoulder and pressed him to the ground. The terrifying force pressed him down, and he couldn't help but kneel down. With a dong sound, he knelt in front of Tianyin. Your speed! Tan Yongxing was shocked. Whether it was strength or speed, it was far crushing him. At this time, he immediately reacted. Tianyin's strength is definitely crushing him. Tianyin did not wait for him to speak. He grabbed his shoulder, and the absorbing star's great technique in his body ran wildly. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual power in his body was quickly drawn out. 1500 EXP, 1300 EXP. Tan Yongxing wanted to struggle, but he was pinned to the ground by Tianyin. He could not move at all. In particular, a deep sense of powerlessness came from within his body. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the spiritual energy in his body had been sucked out. After leveling up, it would be an Earth-level martial art. Generally, Earth-level martial arts only belong to large sections. There are Earth-level martial arts in Jade Palace, but only Elder level can practice it, and there are only 1 or 2 of them. This was enough to prove how rare it was. It wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Earth-level martial arts were much stronger than human-level martial arts. The 10-fold increase in effect was the best proof. Boss Tan, I'm here to save you. His companion roared and rushed towards Tianyin. He brandished his sword and stabbed towards Tan Yongxing, wanting to save him. However, The difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Tianyin didn't even try to dodge. He raised his hand and flicked the long sword that was coming towards him. The violent vibration shook the long sword that was tightly gripped in his hand. At the same time, he reached out and dragged the cultivator, pressed him to the ground, and then he knelt on the ground. The spiritual power in his body was sucked out, crazily, almost in the blink of an eye. This spiritual power was sucked out, and there was nothing left. Originally, this cultivator's cultivation base was low enough, only 7th or 8th level body refinement realm. Facing this suction, he was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. His spiritual power was sucked dry, as if he was defenseless. He didn't have any strength to fight. What do you think? Tianyin said with a faint smile on his face. Tan Yongxing's face was pale, and he finally knew who was the real strength. It turned out that Tianyin looked weak before, but it was all a pretense. Great, great hero, I beg you to spare my life. I won't dare any more. Tan Yongxing hurriedly begged for mercy, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Do you think it's useful to say these words now? Tianyin said. After Tan Yongxing heard this, his face became even paler. He wanted to kowtow, but he was pressed by Tianyin, so he couldn't kowtow at all. He could only tremble and keep begging for mercy. I beg you, don't kill me. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you don't kill me. I am willing to do anything for you. I can do it. The cultivators next to him also begged for mercy. In order to live, they were willing to do anything. Really, that's a pity. Some things you have to pay the price. Tianyin sneered, and the inextinguishable fire appeared on his hands. In an instant, it poured into their bodies. Xiong, they were completely burned. Ah! They screamed, and under this terrible, inextinguishable fire, they were completely burned to ashes. This is their final ending. Begging for mercy, it has long been meaningless. Tianyin shook his head. When they came in and said those words, they were doomed to this end. If his cultivation was too weak, the ending would not be like this, but he would be dead. Ding successfully killed Tan Yongxing. Gained 2,000 EXP, 200 crazy point. Ding successfully killed Kaiwin. Gained 800 EXP, 80 crazy point. The two of them were like two small monsters. They didn't drop anything. However, this is also because he didn't even open the lucky aura, so nothing dropped. After killing the two of them, Tianyin turned and walked into the palace, too lazy to look at them. Looking at the Dragon God Palace again, the decoration inside is the same as the outside, so magnificent. However, because it has been here for too long, it looks very dilapidated, as if there is no sign of activity for a long time. There is a thick layer of dust around it. This dragon god inheritance, who gets this dragon tail grass first, can get it? Tianyin frowned, thinking that it is so simple. Whoever gets this dragon tail grass first can become the inheritor. This is a bit too casual, isn't it? It is impossible to think about it. He can only continue to go deeper. After entering this passage, suddenly a row of sharp arrows shot out from the wall, and the speed was quite fast. However, Tianyin's eyes were quick, and he quickly used Heavenly Cloud Step and turned into a flying cloud, rushing inside and quickly dodging the arrow. However, he had only taken a few steps forward when countless arrows pierced towards him, intending to turn him into a sieve. Tianyin did not panic, and continued to rush forward, easily avoiding these sharp arrows, and continued to rush forward. However, as he moved forward, countless sharp arrows came from the walls around him, and it was not until he rushed out of the passage that the attack finally stopped. Chapter 48. When he passed through this passage, he saw the same spacious palace, but in this palace there are 4 stone statues, all in the image of a dragon, that is, a dragon with a dragon head and a human body, holding different weapons standing on both sides. The dragon aura exudes from them. The level of carving is really lifelike. It looks like in the next moment they will raise the weapons in their hands and rush towards him. Dragon race belongs to the level of divine beast, belongs to a powerful race. There is no dragon race here. But looking at this dragon god temple, presumably the dragon race used to stay here, but because of the crazy expansion of human race, they were forced to retreat. Not to mention, in terms of numbers, the human race definitely has an absolute advantage, completely crushing the existence of other races. As such, they intermarried with each other, and the differences between them seemed to be minimal. The dragon man before them was one of the products. He was half human, half dragon. However, there were more dragon scales on him now, and there would no longer be a situation where he had a dragon head and a human body. What kind of test will there be here? Tianyin frowned and looked around. He did not see anything strange. When he continued to walk forward, suddenly one of the stone statues shook the stone fragments on its body, and a long spear was aimed at him. "If you want to pass here, you must first defeat me." Before he finished speaking, a palm has already stuck to him. Not waiting for him to finish, Tianyin has already used Absorbing Star's great technique. When he jumped over, his palm has already sucked the stone statue. The stone statue was immediately sucked, and fiercely it can't break free. But the stone statue was not afraid, it was unmoved, and continued to hold the long spear to stab. Tianyin twisted his body, dodged the stab, and reached out to grab the long spear and dragged it over. Pa! Tianyin's palm fiercely stuck to the stone statue. A super strong suction force pulled out the spiritual power inside the stone statue, and in the blink of an eye it was sucked clean. Bang! At this time, the formation on the stone statue's chest exploded. Without the flow of spiritual power, the stone statue immediately collapsed. The formation directly exploded. Ding! Successfully killed the stone guard statue, gaining 3,000 EXP, 300 crazy point. Tianyin let go of the spear in his hand and threw it to the side. He said indifferently, "Defeating you? Isn't that obvious? You're already pointing your spear at me." Rumble. Following that, another stone statue came to life. In fact, these were just puppet statues. They were all maintained by an array. As long as the spiritual energy in their bodies was sucked dry, these puppets would be completely crippled. Tianyin looked up and saw the detailed data of the stone statue in the appraisal eye. Stone statue, 5th level spirit refinement realm. HP 5000. Weapon common iron high level body defense. Common iron high level combat power 4700. Compared to Tianyin's current battle power of 20,000, this value was really trash, so he didn't need to prepare anything and just rushed over. After easily dodging the stone statue's attack, Zhang Xian stuck to it once more and madly extracted the spiritual energy within its body, easily destroying it. Not only can he gain experience, but he can also practice this martial art proficiency. Thinking about it, 100,000 proficiency is really a long time. But after this martial art level is upgraded, it will definitely bring more terrifying effects. Thinking about it makes him a little excited. Above the earth level, that is heaven level. Heaven level's devour ability is bound to explode. It is estimated that if it continues to devour more than 10,000 EXP at once, those with low cultivation will be directly sucked dry. Rumble! After defeating the stone statue, another stone statue came to life. Well, its cultivation has been upgraded to 6th level spirit refinement realm. It's really stacked layer by layer. Tianyin looked at the detailed data. The new stone statue is stronger than the previous one, but for him, it's just a part of the experience. He immediately rushed over and killed the stone statue. After the stone statue was broken, it turned into EXP and crazy point and poured into his body. After killing the stone statue, the last stone statue came to life. The cultivation reached 7th level spirit refinement realm, and the result was also easily killed by him. It's too poor. Even if I use luck aura, it won't drop anything. Tianyin shook his head, feeling quite helpless. It seems that even if a good thing is dropped, it will be killed by a monster. At least there should be a treasure that can drop something similar. Of course, it is also possible that his luck is too low to drop something better. Appraisal I can be upgraded. I don't know what effect it will have after upgrading. Tianyan looked at the appraisal eye. Upgrading it requires 50,000 crazy point. He shook his head helplessly. He can't upgrade it at present. The consumption is too much. But he believes that with the improvement of his cultivation, he will get more crazy point later. Upgrading it will be more cost-effective. Rumble. When he defeated the stone statues, the door in the distance slowly opened. It seems that if he doesn't defeat these stone statues, he can't pass. From this point of view, it is indeed a test. If he doesn't defeat them, he can't pass. Tianyan adjusted himself and continued to walk inside. He was careful along the way. If he dies here, it will be a big loss. When he walked into this passage, there were no traps along the way. It seems that I am overthinking. There are no low-level traps in front. Tianyan nodded and quickly passed through the passage. After walking out of the passage, suddenly the front suddenly opened up. The first thing that came into view is a throne, a golden skeleton sitting on it, looking down at him. Even if it is just a pile of skeletons, there is a terrifying dragon aura spreading in this hall, making people breathless. What a strong aura! Tianyan's heart sank. Is this the legendary dragon god? To be able to be called as a dragon god, its cultivation naturally can't be low, but no matter how high its cultivation is, it's still turned into a pile of bones here. He looked up and down the skeleton with appraisal eye, but he can't see anything. The data is in an unknown state. My people is finally here. The eyes of the skeleton suddenly burst into golden flames, and its aura suddenly soared. My clansman? What's going on? When did I become his clansman? Tianyan was startled. When did he become his child? He was a human. Chapter 49. The eyes of the dragon god in front of him stared at him as if to see through him. In fact, the dragon god has long lost its consciousness, but it left behind an obsession. According to the appropriate bloodline, it will guide the inheritor of the same race to accept the inheritance. Therefore, even if Tianyan is a human, the dragon god does not know and can only directly give the inheritance. Take out the dragon god grass, swallow it, and come to accept the inheritance. After the dragon god finished speaking, the bones of his whole body broke and turned into a pile of powder. At the same time, it turned into a golden light, wrapped the entire throne. This thing is called dragon god grass. Tianyan took out the dragon god grass. It looks like dragon tail grass, but it is a little different from ordinary dragon tail grass. Perhaps this little difference can be called dragon god grass. Immediately, he did not think much and swallowed the dragon god grass. It was not bitter in the mouth, but a sweet taste rushed into his body. Immediately, there is a force in his body that instantly surged around, filling his whole body in an instant. His body is full. Under this terrifying power, his body began to be filled to the brim. Blue veins began to bulge on his arms. It was obvious that they were being stretched. Is this still dragon tail grass? It's too terrifying. Tianyan felt this terrifying force. It is not the effect brought by dragon tail grass at all. The effect brought by normal dragon tail grass is not as violent as taking medicinal pills. In fact, it is used to cure hallucinations. It is not this kind of situation at all. It seems that the slight difference is really dragon god grass. Roar. The power in his body began to roar, and there was a crazy dragon roar, as if there was a real dragon running around in his body. When the dragon roar crazily hit the meridians in his body, a steady stream of energy began to emerge. He felt that the blood in his body began to have a great change. Before, his blood was deficient and he could not cultivate his blood, but now it began to surge endlessly. This is different from the forced upgrade of the system. But the situation in the body, the power of the blood began to change dramatically. It seems that something has been stimulated. Immediately, dragon scales began to appear on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered with a layer of dragon scales. However, it was not thick and only covered a small layer. It looked extremely domineering. This was completely a dragon man, and a very thoroughly evolved one at that. There was no situation of having a dragon head and a human body, but rather a perfect combination of the two. Ding gained 8,000 experience points, 9,000 experience points, 12,000 experience points. Experience points were pouring in like crazy, unable to stop at all. Clearly, after consuming the dragon god grass, the energy obtained was constantly being converted into experience. His experience was rising like a madman, and it didn't slow down at all. Could it be that I really am a descendant of the dragon clan? Tianyan was stunned. He thought of his own parents. Although he didn't know much about them, he had heard that his father was a super strong warrior. It was very likely that his bloodline had been passed down from him. Under the influence of the dragon god grass, it began to fully awaken. Perhaps it was because of this that the dragon god thought that he was a member of the dragon tribe. Whatever, the most important thing now is to quickly accept the inheritance. Tianyan didn't think too much about it. These things about his parents had nothing to do with him. After all, he didn't have any impression of them, and it had nothing to do with him. The closest person to him was his aunt Shuiyun. He wanted to quickly improve his cultivation, and then return to Jade Palace, in case something happened to Jade Palace. When he got close to the throne, the ball of golden light immediately enveloped him, completely enveloping him. Following that, a surge of memories surged into his head. After a while, the light became fainter and fainter, and finally completely integrated into his body and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for completing the Dragon God Inheritance quest. Obtain Dragon God Inheritance. Dragon God Secret Art. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully obtaining Dragon God Bloodline, first level. Tianyan slowly woke up and found that he had two more things. One is the Dragon God Secret Art, and the other is Dragon God Bloodline. What is this thing? Tianyan hurriedly checked to see what effect these two things have. Dragon God Secret Art. Divine art that can transform into a dragon. Heaven level. As the level of Dragon God Bloodline increases, the power will increase. Dragon God Bloodline. Dragon God Blood. As the level increases, the dragon power can be stimulated. This is a good thing. The combination of the two is really seamless. I just don't know what level of effect it will reach. Tianyan was excited. This is the inheritance. In addition to the small test in front, there is basically no more difficult test. Fortunately, there is no strong core condensation realm guard. Otherwise, he really can't come in. Let's see how the situation is now. Immediately, Tianyan opened his personal status to see the current comprehensive situation. Player, Tianyan level. 19, 9th level Spirit Refinement, EXP. Crazy Point, 8728 Prestige. 50 points Cultivation Technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Sky Cloud Step, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin Weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Sword Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Decoration, Forging God Hammer Power Bracelet, Power Ring Power Belt all items, 5 times EXP card for Recovery Medicinal Pill, Gift Pack Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. Tianyan looked at it and felt that it is still very good. He can go out and continue to hunt demon beasts. Then he can break through to the peak of Spirit Refinement Realm. There is a lot of crazy point. He can draw 6 lottery, but he is not willing to use it for the time being. Even if he uses Luck Aura, it may not necessarily draw good things. For now, the equipment is not bad. It was okay to draw some good items, but most of them weren't that high in grade. Leveling up the items was the best choice. Dragon God Bloodline can be upgraded. Tianyan checked the Dragon God Bloodline, and the system immediately responded. Dragon God Bloodline to upgrade to the next grade requires 10. 000 Crazy Point. The system replied, only 10. 000 Crazy Point? Tianyin was stunned. He thought it would need more than 10,000 crazy point, and then looked again. The max level is 9th level. He suddenly became speechless. Afterwards, he walked around the surroundings to see if there were any other treasures. After walking around for a long time, he discovered that there was nothing here. It was completely empty. Everything had been taken away, except for the divine hall. It seems that when the evacuation happened, only the dragon god stayed. Although he doesn't know the situation, he can guess that when the dragon race completely evacuated here, everything was removed, and the only one left was the dragon god. It is estimated that the dragon god was seriously injured, or his life is coming to an end. So he didn't choose to leave, but stayed here and left his inheritance. Chapter 50. After careful observation, Tianyin didn't find any other treasures, so he could only choose to leave. As for this dragon god shrine, he can't move it away, so he can only leave it here. If it could be moved away, the dragon god would have moved it long ago. Why would it be stored here? It seems that it's time to go. There's no point in staying here. Tianyin walked out, and when he returned to the original door, suddenly there was a dong-dong sound outside. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the door. This is the dragon god shrine. If his cultivation is too weak, he can't open it. As for how strong is needed, he doesn't know at least the level of core condensation or above. Sure enough, someone will come. Seeing such a shining light, it would be strange if they didn't come. Tianyin frowned. This is not a good thing. There are so many people gathered outside. If he goes out now, he will definitely be besieged. But if he doesn't go out, he can't hide here for the rest of his life, so he can only choose to go out. It seems that there is no way I can only go out. Tianyin's eyes flashed coldly, and his killing intent rose. Soon after, he arrived in front of the door and pushed it forcefully. The entire door immediately emitted bursts of light, and the veined patterns on it gradually lit up. After it was completely lit up, it let out a rumbling sound and slowly opened to the outside. This door is open. It's true, retreat, suddenly opened. I don't know what kind of monster will come out. Is the owner of this place coming out? Let's get away from here. The noise outside continued to come. When the door was fully opened, what caught their eyes was not a monster, nor a super strong person, but a young man. They were stunned on the spot. They were dumbfounded by the situation. How could a young man come out? It seems that his cultivation is not strong. They looked at Tianyin. Tianyin also looked at them. There are a lot of cultivators gathered outside. The lowest is Body Refinement Realm Level 5. The highest is Spirit Refinement Realm Level 8 or 9. They are all cultivators who came here to gain experience or just happened to pass by. Although the illusory Beast Mountain range is not bad, but the core condensation stage powerhouses are useless. Basically, they will be crushed. Here, the strongest is only at the 7th or 8th level of Spirit Refinement Realm. Core Condensation Realm is meaningless. This place had long been developed, so there were no secrets to speak of. Now that they had come out of the Dragon God Shrine, they were probably on their way here, at least for the time being. Tianyin ignored their stares and lifted his foot to walk outside. As soon as he walked out, the door was completely closed with a loud bang. It was completely closed. He was probably the only one who could open this door, unless it was destroyed by a super expert. Everyone stared at him blankly. When he was halfway through, they reacted. One of the 9th level Spirit Refinement Realm cultivator immediately said, "Kids, stop!" Tianyin didn't bother to pay attention to them and continued to move forward. But there are too many people in front of him, adding up to more than 100 people. They all tightly surrounded this place. Unless he can fly, it's really not easy to get out. Stealth is useless. After all, if he gets close, he will be exposed. He will not be invisible. Stealth is not invincible as long as he gets close. People with lower cultivation than him can sense him. It's not that he can't see anything. What? Tianyin said indifferently. What can happen? How did you come out? One of the cultivators asked fiercely after he reacted. After going in, I came out again. Isn't this normal? Tianyin said in a deep voice. You don't have to think about me. If you want to open that door, find a way to open it yourself. And I didn't get any treasure from it. so please let me go. I am in a hurry." When these words came out, more people surrounded him. Suddenly, not even a drop of water could pass through. "What a joke! Do you think we will believe your words?" One of the burly men sneered. "Quickly hand over the treasure, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." "That's right. Quickly hand over the treasure or open the door. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. You think you can escape from the palms of so many people. Obediently hand over the treasure. Do you think you are 3 years old?" They all looked fiercely at Tianyin, thinking that Tianyin is too young, think that his cultivation is too low, think that he is easy to bully. "If you want to open the door, open it yourself. Why should I help you open it? And even if I get the treasure, why should I give it to you? What did you pay?" Tianyin said coldly. "We have waited here for so long. That is the price we paid." "That's right. Quickly hand over the treasure. Otherwise you will die today." Their faces were ferocious. Coming out from such a big temple without any treasure, isn't this a joke? Who would believe it if they said it out? I will say it for the last time. Please step aside. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Tianyin's eyes were cold. What a good price. Waiting here is a good price. It is really quite funny. However, his words are not threatening at all. On the contrary, it made the encirclement even more serious. Constantly approaching this side. "Be rude to us. I want to see how you are going to be rude to us." After the cultivator finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward and stretched out his hand to grab Tianyin. Tianyin's eyes turned cold. Quickly pulled out his saber. The wind-chasing blade turned into a lightning, fiercely chopped forward. Swoosh! Like a lightning strike. In the next moment, the cultivator's arm was completely cut off. "Ah, ah, ah!" The cultivator clutched his arm and screamed. The severe pain made him kneel on the ground. Under the electric shock effect of the wind-chasing blade, he twitched incessantly. This cruel action not only did not scare away the others, but also attracted a wave of greedy eyes. This is a good spiritual weapon, at least upper grade, right? Did you see that flash just now? I suspect that even the best spiritual weapons can't achieve this effect. Boy, you said you didn't get the treasure. What is this? Quickly hand it over. Don't think that you can escape. They quickly surrounded him. Their expressions were ferocious, looking at him with cold eyes, like greedy tigers. Tianyin just chopped off an arm, but he was not deterred at all. First, this cultivator's cultivation was too low. Second, they felt that Tianyin was too weak. Tianyin's eyes turned cold, glanced around, and said in a deep voice, "I will give you one last warning. Either die or get lost." Chapter 51. Tianyin took out his ultimate weapon, torrential pear blossom needle. Within a radius of 100 meters, any cultivator below the spirit refinement stage will be killed instantly. Many of the people present are within 100 meters, which means that as long as he activates it, a lot of people here will be killed directly. I will give you one last chance. Either get out of here or die. Tianyin held the torrential pear blossom needle and looked at them coldly. He has already advised them if it's really useless, then he doesn't mind sacrificing them here. It's not that he doesn't want to give them a chance, but these idiots insist on courting death. Yo, what is this thing? It's small and exquisite. Is it a killer weapon? Not weak, just taking out a few treasures from inside, and you think you're powerful? This is too funny. Catch him and search for treasures inside. They rushed over with red eyes, ignoring Tianyin's advice. For them, the most important thing is to get the treasures in their hands. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. They don't care about Tianyin's life or death. As long as they get the treasures, they can become stronger and enjoy wealth. Crazy experience mode, activate. 5 times experience card, activate. Luck aura, activate. After activating all of them, Tianyin gently opened the torrential pear blossom needle. In an instant, a silver light burst out from this small iron box. Countless golden needles crazily shot around. The closest cultivator was instantly pierced through. His eyes rolled, and directly fell to the ground, no breath left. With him as the center, the golden needles sputtered wildly in all directions. One after another cultivator fell and died directly, like cutting grass. Layer after layer fell down silently. There wasn't even a splash of blood. They all fell down one after another, lying on the ground. Those in the back noticed it and quickly wanted to escape. But it was too late. They were easily pierced by the golden needles, just like piercing a piece of tofu without any difficulty. After being pierced by this small golden needle, they just fell. In fact, it may look like a small golden needle. One may not play any role, but what about 1,000 or 10,000? The meaning was completely different. It was an instant kill. Ding successfully killed Lu Yin, gaining 3,800 EXP. One recovery pill, 80 crazy point. Ding successfully killed Long Tianyang, gaining 15,000 EXP. One double EXP pill, 600 crazy point. Ding successfully killed Wang Tiancheng, gained 8,700 EXP, Gale Sword, 200 crazy point. Ding success. The EXP value jumped crazily. It rushed up all of a sudden. Whether it is EXP or crazy point, both are jumping crazily. It can't stop. Some of them didn't even hear it clearly before they started reporting a new message. The speed at which the torrential pear blossom needles killed people was too fast. It basically killed a group of people in one go. In the blink of an eye, everyone within 100 meters fell to the ground. Some ran out of the 100 meters and were lucky enough to survive. There were very few who survived. There were only 3 or 4 left. These were the lucky ones. Before, they surrounded Yi Tianyang in a circle. They didn't want to miss the opportunity to snatch the treasure. Therefore, there were not many who were too far away. The rest of them had very low cultivation level. They just came to see the excitement. When they saw that something was wrong, they quickly retreated and escaped the disaster. They looked at Yi Tianyin standing in the midst of so many corpses. Their eyes showed fear. The next moment they turned around and ran away. Ghost, demon, demon. Too terrible, too terrible. They ran away madly, hating their parents for not giving them an extra leg so they could run faster. They will never forget this scene in their life. Even if a core condensation expert came, they can't kill them so fast. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people died, although they didn't confirm whether they are alive or not. But they know that they are definitely dead. When they ran away, Yi Tianyin felt the thrill of leveling up crazily. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 10th level of Spirit Refinement Realm. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 1st level of Core Condensation Realm. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 2nd level of Core Condensation Realm. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 3rd level of Core Condensation Realm. Although it's crazy, it's not particularly crazy. It's only 4 levels, it's not that crazy. But for other cultivators, it's already super crazy. He easily broke through to Core Condensation Realm and reached 3rd level of Core Condensation Realm. It's wonderful. The speed of leveling up is too fast. Yi Tianyin looked at the empty shell in his hand. It's no longer useful. He threw it to the side and looked down at the corpses on the ground. At this time, their blood began to slowly flow out and permeate the ground. Immediately, he was too lazy to look at them anymore. He lifted his foot and walked out. Although his cultivation has improved, it's not easy to deal with several strong cultivators at Core Condensation Realm. After walking far away, he stopped to count all the loot. This time he killed so many cultivators. He doesn't know how many things he got. Ding, congratulations, completed quest by materials back to Jade Palace. Reward, 10. 000 EXP, 1,000 gold, 1 lottery ticket, increase favorability by 20 points. At this time, Yi Tianyin was stunned. How did he suddenly complete this quest? He immediately thought that they must have brought the materials back, which is equivalent to completing the quest. although it's through other people's hands, but it's still considered as completing the quest. Another quest completed. It seems that they reached Jade Palace safely. Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. If it's because of his situation that they can't go back, then he has a lot of responsibility, although it has nothing to do with him. But this matter is caused by him, so it must be related to him. Immediately, he brought up all of his attributes, and everything was clear at a glance. Player, Tianyan level. 23, third level of core condensation, EXP. 28728, crazy point prestige. 50 points cultivation technique. Dark North divine art. Dragon God secret art martial arts. Absorbing stars great technique. Sky cloud step. 10,000 swords return to origin weapon. Frost fist, scarlet dagger. Wind chasing blade. Heavenly wind blade armor. Snow wolf battle boots. Deity armor. Shadow. Cloak divine ability. Crazy mode. Luck aura bloodline. Dragon God bloodline decoration. Forging God hammer. Power bracelet. Power ring. Power belt all items. 20 recovery elixirs. 10 double EXP elixirs. 1 lottery entry. Gift bag LV21. There are a lot of things. All of them are skills and weapons, armor, but they are some ordinary goods. There is not much to speak of. The most important thing is that his cultivation has increased. His crazy point has reached almost 30,000 points. This time he had really struck it rich. He had harvested so much in one go. He had earned more than killing a boss. Chapter 52. His cultivation has improved a lot, but it's still far from enough for him. Let's draw first. It's rare to get another chance to draw. Luck Aura activate. After activating Luck Aura, he immediately clicked on the lottery roulette and used this free chance to draw. Soon the roulette spun crazily, and the needle kept jumping between various areas. It seems like it will stop at any time. Divine skill, divine skill. Tianyan kept shouting in his heart, this thing is definitely not enough. Finally, the roulette stopped, and the needle steadily fell on the consumable. Even if he activates Luck Aura, he may not get a good thing. This is why he doesn't want to draw. He often holds the hope that next time he may get something better, but in the end, the things he gets are relatively ordinary. Originally, the accumulated Luck Aura can be upgraded to a divine skill or a treasure, but spending it on the lottery to get something not good is a waste. Ding! Congratulations on getting a 3rd grade spirit pill. A 3rd grade spirit pill is much better than the recovery pill obtained from killing monsters. It's a rare thing. But if it costs 1,000 crazy point to get it, it's not worth it. A 3rd grade spirit pill. Forget about the lottery for now, although I can draw many times now. Nearly 30,000 crazy point is enough for him to draw almost 30 times. It's very likely to get a divine skill or a weapon. But for now, choosing to level up is the most important thing. Almost forgot, there is still a gift pack that hasn't been opened yet. When Tianyan saw the gift pack on the inventory, his eyes suddenly lit up. Every time he opens the gift pack, there will always be a good thing. He doesn't know what will be this time. Open gift pack 21. After Tianyan gave the order, the gift pack 21 opened, and immediately a series of sound came. Open gift pack 21. Get 10 times EXP card, lasts for 1 hour. Double crazy point card, lasts for 1 hour. Double proficiency card, lasts for 1 hour. Open shop mode. Gift pack 31. A series of sound directly stunned him. It's all EXP card. Finally, double crazy point card and double proficiency card appeared. After opening the gift pack, this kind of thing finally appeared. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was best to give it now. If he gave it earlier, it would be a waste. 100 crazy point doubled is only 200. Now killing a high-level demon beast can successfully get more than 700 to 800. After doubling becomes 16700. This effect is really good. If only I had this thing before. Tianyan shook his head, feeling quite regretful with so many cultivators under this double crazy point card. Their crazy point will definitely double. At that time, it will not just be 30,000, but more than 60,000. Hey, what's the shop mode? After Yi Tianyan opened the store mode, many items were quickly listed on it. They were weapons, defensive equipment, martial arts, cultivation techniques, consumables, and treasures. The classification is very complete, but when he opened it, his face immediately darkened. It's not that the things on it are too expensive, but the things on it are all his own. To put it bluntly, the things on it are either from his own lottery or from killing demon beasts, or obtained by cultivators. There is no new thing at all. Repeated, no new goods. What's the point of this? Yi Tianyan shook his head. He looked at the above. Frost Fist is also among them. The price is bought with Crazy Point. The price of Frost Fist is 5,000 Crazy Point. It seems that if I spend 1,000 Crazy Point to draw it, it will be worth it. Among them, double EXP card, 10 times EXP card, double Crazy Point card are all among them. This made Yi Tianyan a little gratified, but looking at the price, it is very expensive. 10 times EXP card needs 50,000 Crazy Point. Double Crazy Point card also needs 50,000 Crazy Point. The price is not low. It seems that only these consumables buying directly is undoubtedly more direct. Forget about weapons. Yi Tianyan shook his head, and immediately his eyes flashed. There is still a little time left. Hurry up and continue to kill demon beasts. Earn experience. Continue to level up. He is now using 5 times EXP card, 10 times EXP card, plus Crazy Experience mode, adding up to a total of 17 times bonus. Killing a demon beast is equivalent to killing 17 demon beasts. Buddy, let's go. He stepped on the snow wolf. At this time, the snow wolf's cultivation has soared to the first level of core condensation. Under the Crazy Experience just now, the snow wolf's cultivation also soared. This cultivation upgrade is too fast. If they say it out, it will scare them to death. Immediately, they spent the rest of the crazy killing time. As long as they see a demon beast, they kill it, no matter how strong it is. After all, there is not much time. If they still choose to kill demon beasts, they will certainly not be able to kill many. Ding, your 5 times EXP card time is up. Ding, your 10 times EXP card time is up. The time is very short. Yi Tianyan searched here and finally only found 2 or 3 demon beasts. It is really not enough. In the illusory Beast Mountain, the higher the cultivation, the more they like to live alone, so it is impossible to kill a lot of demon beasts at once. It's a pity there are too few demon beasts here. If there are a little more, I think I can kill a wave of demon beasts. Now he needs 500,000 EXP to level up. This difficulty is indeed a lot higher, but if there are enough demon beasts, it is still possible to level up. But it is impossible to level up several times in a row. It's almost time. I can go back to Jade Palace to see the situation. There is not much time before the heavens immersing ancient ruins opens. Yi Tianyan thought for a moment. There is no point in staying here anymore. Riding the snow wolf, Yi Tianyan hurried back to Wind City to go back to Jade Palace. Naturally, he has to pass through Wind City. He'll go back to see what is the situation in Wind City now. Phew, the speed of the snow wolf has greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, disappeared and quickly ran out of the forest. Wind City on the city gate aisle. A young man stood on the edge of the wanted post. Looking at the portrait above, he couldn't help but smile. This bounty is really high. Capture Yi Tianyan, get 10,000 gold, a high-grade spirit sword, and a pill that can enhance your cultivation. It is really a big reward. Chapter 53. Yi Tianyan looked at the wanted poster. The painting is very similar, but he now has the 100 transformation mask. He can change into anything except a woman. Unfortunately, he can't change into someone else's face. Otherwise, he can change into someone else's face, so he can blend in perfectly. Brother, do you want to catch this kid? I'll go with you, and we'll split the reward 50-50. How about it? At this time, a man patted him on the shoulder, but Yi Tianyan dodged, so he didn't touch him, but he didn't care at all. He continued to look at the wanted poster. His eyes are shining. This reward will make anyone excited. Yi Tianyan looked at him. His cultivation is only at the first level of spirit refinement. Obviously, he just broke through not long ago, but he still dares to come here to capture him? Not interested. Tianyin ignored him, turned and left. Catch yourself? That makes sense. The man glanced at him, shrugged his shoulders, and immediately asked the other person next to him, Brother, do you want to catch this kid together? We'll split the reward 50-50. That's 10,000 gold. How can we earn that much? If you want to go, you go yourself. I heard that Tianyin kills without batting an eye. I don't want to die. Yes, I heard that he massacred the entire Wind Pavilion. Blood flowed like a river, and all the treasures were taken. That's exaggerated. Isn't he rich? If we catch him, won't all the treasures be ours? Treasures without the cultivation of core condensation. How can we catch him? I don't want to die. The surrounding people talked about it. Tianyin felt speechless, massacred the entire Wind Pavilion, but he only killed a few deacons. This rumor is so exaggerated, and all the treasures were taken. He really wants to rob all the treasures. These rumors are getting more and more exaggerated, and in the end, it's all twisted, making him feel helpless. But he completely ignores these things. Anyway, there's no need to take it seriously. Then he passed by Wind Pavilion and Rain Pavilion. Both are the same as usual. There is not much change. Although Wind Pavilion lost a few deacons and a pavilion lord, these people can be replaced, so everything is going according to plan. Although Heavenly Rain Pavilion is not as good as Wind Pavilion, but they are not easy to bully, so this time Wind Pavilion did not fight with Rain Pavilion. They just transferred their anger to Tianyin. Coincidentally, Ziyue walked out from inside. Her face was full of worry, as if she was worried about someone. After glancing at Tianyin in the distance, he didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he glared at Wind Pavilion and turned back. He didn't stay any longer. Looks like there's nothing else. Since that's the case, it's time to return. Just as Tianyin was about to leave, a familiar face walked over from the other side of the street, bringing an old man over. They looked at each other and were startled. They didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Young Master Yi? The one who walked over was naturally Yanling Xue. Young Master Yi? The old man suddenly looked up, and when he saw Tianyin's face, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was Tianyin. He didn't expect to see a stranger's face. Little did he know that the person in front of him was indeed Tianyin, but he was wearing the 100 transformation mask. No one can recognize him. Miss Yen, what a coincidence! Did the dragon tail grass help? Tianyin has a good feeling about Yanling Xue. At least she doesn't play any tricks, and her attitude towards him is not bad. The effect is a little bit, but it still can't completely solve the problem. Pharmacist said that there is nothing he can do. He said that the dragon tail grass alone can't completely solve the problem. Yanling Xue smiled bitterly. Obviously, the problem has not been solved. But fortunately, I can temporarily suppress it. When I find the elixir I need, I should be able to cure it. I didn't expect to see young Master Yi here. Why don't we go back to the house together? I haven't thanked you last time. The dragon tail grass can't solve it? What kind of elixir is needed to cure it? Tianyin frowned. Unless it is other toxins, it is still very effective for hallucinations. Yes, I heard from Master Kongliang. There is still a soul-returning grass. The combination of the two can achieve the perfect effect. Yanling Xue said. Soul-returning grass? Tianyin frowned and said in a deep voice, the combination of soul-returning grass and dragon-tail grass can indeed have a greater effect. But if the effect is too much, I'm afraid it will cause permanent damage to the soul, which will harm people. The person who needs to use the medicine is completely unconscious. He is a third-grade alchemist. In this regard, he still has no problem. In fact, the one who needs to use the medicine is my father. Recently, he has been cultivating excessively, leading to cultivation deviation. Now he is in a coma, but he is not unconscious. He just wakes up occasionally and then falls into a coma. Yanling Xue thought about it and said, it turned out to be your father's situation. According to this situation, there is no need for soul-returning grass. In this case, dragon-tail grass is enough. There is no need for soul-returning grass at all. If you use soul-returning grass, a little carelessness, you may fall into a coma forever, never to wake up again. Tianyun is not exaggerating. This is based on his current knowledge. Is this old man's judgment wrong? What sect are you from? Kong Liang frowned. He is very dissatisfied with Tianyun's judgment of his Dan recipe. I just made a little judgment. What's the problem? Tianyun looked at Kong Liang and felt very uncomfortable. When he heard Kong Liang's surname, he immediately thought of Kong Shengfeng. Plus he is from Wind Pavilion. It makes him feel a sense of rejection. Of course there's a problem. Now do you know better, or this old man is a third-grade alchemist. You are questioning this old man's judgment. This old man dares to assert, in addition to this method, dragon-tail grass alone cannot solve Yan family's hallucination. Kong Liang also emphasized his status as a third-grade alchemist, that is, a third-grade alchemist, generally referred to as a pharmacist. Tianyun's heart surged with anger. As long as Yan family's situation is the same as what Miss Yan said, then we can never use soul-returning grass. What a joke! Are you the pharmacist, or am I the pharmacist? Kong Liang said in a deep voice he is also unhappy. He doesn't believe that Tianyun is a pharmacist. I am also a pharmacist, Tianyun said. Miss Yan, take me to see the situation. As long as the situation is as what you said, then only dragon-tail grass can solve the problem, not soul-returning grass. Yan Lingxue stared at Tianyun in silence for a while, then immediately said, Okay, then let's go back and have a look. Ding, successfully accepted Cure Yan family's cultivation injury. Task reward. 10,000 EXP. Yan family's favorability increased by 100. Yan Lingxue favorability increased by 30. Prestige increased by 20. Another new task popped up. This Yan Lingxue really came here to deliver her good luck. Similar tasks kept popping up. Except Chapter 54. Kong Liang didn't expect Tianyun to be a pharmacist. Is there such a young pharmacist? At most, he can only be an apprentice. If he isn't a first-grade alchemist, he can only be called an apprentice. The most important thing is that this Yan Lingxue is really willing to listen to Tianyun's words, and is willing to take him back to try. This made him vomit blood. He is a third-grade alchemist, but he didn't believe in a young man. It seems that he has nothing to do with alchemy. You are a pharmacist. What level are you? Kong Liang was angry. A young man came out of nowhere. Claiming to be a pharmacist, is this a scam? Third-grade alchemist, is there a problem? Tianyun said indifferently, You are a third-grade alchemist? You are a third-grade alchemist. I am a fifth-grade alchemist. Kong Liang didn't believe it at all. Yan Lingxue's eyes lit up. Tianyun is really a third-grade alchemist? Such a young third-grade alchemist. His future is limitless. Miss Yan, are you sure you want to ask this kid to treat Yan family head? Kong Liang was immediately enraged. He glared at him and said, If there is any problem and this kid messes around, Patriarch Yan will never wake up again. Can he bear this responsibility? Yan Lingxue was startled. If there is a problem, Yan family head will really collapse. Yan family is not a big family. It can only be regarded as a medium family. If the family head collapsed, who can support the whole family? What a joke. Let's take a step back. There is really no effect. Remember, I will only use dragon tail grass. I will not add anything else. Even if I use dragon tail grass to make soup, stir fry, or directly give it to Yan family head, there will be no adverse effect. It will have a soothing effect. Tianyun said solemnly, Young Master Yi, can you really use only dragon tail grass to make my father fully recover? After listening, Yan Lingxue felt that she can try. If it doesn't work, she can add soul grass. No problem, as long as the situation does not get worse. Tianyun said, Then there's no time to lose. Let's go back now. Yan Lingxue nodded and immediately said to Kong Liang, Alchemist Kong Liang, I'm sorry for the time being. We plan to give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we'll try your method. The effects of the soul-returning grass had been greatly affected by Yi Tianyun's words. How could she not be cautious? She is not a fool. If she heard that Yi Tianyun only uses dragon-tail grass, then she will not reject it. If he adds something else, then it will be another story. Kong Liang was about to explode from anger. He threw out a sentence and said, I'll say it again. I dare to say that he definitely can't cure it. Since that's the case, I'll go with you to the mansion again. I want to see how this kid is treated. I'll say this up front, but if the treatment is unsuccessful and you want me to treat you again later, you'll have to pay double the price. Don't worry, if you really fail, I'll pay you double. Yi Tianyun looked at him coldly. Kong Liang said angrily, Good, good. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Third-grade alchemist. Immediately, under the leadership of Yan Lingxue, they returned to Yan family. Yan family's background is still good. As soon as they returned, several guards greeted them. When they returned to the room, Yi Tianyun smelled a strong medicinal smell. Yan family's lord was lying on the bed, unconscious, looking pale. Yi Tianyun knew at a glance that this was not caused by injury, but by cultivation deviation, which caused the soul to be injured. This is different from the paleness when injured. This paleness is more terrifying. The soul is the most fundamental thing. Once it is damaged, there is no way to reverse it. If the cultivation is high, the broken arm can be regrown, but the soul can't be repaired. Of course, if the soul is injured, it will turn into a fool. How can he cultivate? Unless a heaven-defying powerhouse comes to help, there is no way to repair the soul. Yi Tianyun just observed a little bit and said with certainty, Well, it is indeed because the cultivation is too hasty which led to this situation. Forcibly breaking through cultivation, a little carelessness will lead to cultivation deviation. But there is no problem as long as the dragon-tail grass is enough. How did you do it before? He looked at it and immediately judged the situation. Do you still need to ask? You don't even know this, and you say you are a third-grade alchemist? Kong Liang disdainfully said, It must be dragon-tail grass. Is there any other way? Of course, there is another way. That is to add soul-returning grass to alchemy. That's it. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, Is there anything else? Do you have a new way of alchemy? Kong Liang frowned. No, but your method is wrong. No wonder there is no cure. You don't even know how to use it. How can you treat it? Yi Tianyun coldly snorted. If I really add soul-returning pill according to your idea, it will really harm Yan family's lord. What a joke. I don't know the method. Then tell me, how do you do alchemy? Kong Liang angrily said. Yi Tianyun didn't even bother to look at him, but said to Yan Lingxue, Miss Yan, I'm a little impolite. Huh. Yan Lingxue wondered. They saw Yi Tianyun lift Yan family's lord's arm, slightly cut his finger. A few drops of blood fell into the prepared jade bottle. This action made them stunned. How can he use blood? If you want to cure this situation, first of all, you must use his own blood, plus this dragon-tail grass refining. This is the most correct method. Only in this way can you completely cure it. But many alchemists don't understand, not because they're stupid, but because they rarely see this kind of situation. They don't understand. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, The most terrible thing is to pretend to understand, thinking that you know everything. Who are you talking about? Kong Liang was about to explode. He wanted to kill Yi Tianyun. Did I say you? Why are you so excited? I'm going to refine alchemy. Don't interfere with my alchemy. If something happens to Yan family's lord, can you bear the responsibility? Yi Tianyun said. When Kong Liang just wanted to say something, Yi Tianyun took out a dragon-tail grass, which was extra from the previous harvest, and threw it into the air. Whoosh! The immortal fire immediately wrapped the dragon-tail grass and began to refine crazily. Without any alchemy furnace, he can refine alchemy out of thin air. This scene shocked Kong Liang as he stared at it with his eyes wide open. Generally, those who have an unusual fire in their body, their background is not weak, and they also need a very strong force to be able to control the unusual fire. This young man in front of him did it. Without an alchemy furnace, he can refine alchemy. This level of alchemy was far from what he could compare with. The words that he wanted to say were suddenly stuck in his throat. He couldn't say half a word. He was scared by this scene. What is there to compete? Just with this method, he has already left him several streets behind. Chapter 55. Generally speaking, there are only two kinds of people who don't use alchemy furnaces. One is a fool, and the other is a powerful alchemist with mystical fire. Yi Tianyin is undoubtedly this kind of person. He is not a fool, but a real alchemist. Just this move alone is enough to easily suppress Apothecary Kong Liang. There is no pressure at all. The two are not on the same level. Under the immortal fire, the dragon tail grass quickly melted and turned into a thick liquid. At the same time, Yi Tianyin quickly dropped the blood in the jade bottle into the liquid, and then quickly fused together. In this thick green liquid, there is a touch of red. Under his skilled control, the elixir quickly condensed and finally condensed into a pill, falling into his palm. Ding successfully refined a second-grade elixir. Dragon Tail Pill. Gained 1,000 experience points. Proficiency increased by 50 points. After the successful refining, experience and proficiency increased. It's done, Yi Tianyin said faintly. It's done. They all stared at the elixir in Yi Tianyin's hand carefully. This is different from the one refined by Apothecary Kong Liang. There is a touch of red, although it is added with something, but in theory it is not something else. The most important thing is that Yi Tianyin's technique is beyond their imagination. Even if he added the soul-returning grass, they are willing to believe it. Miss Yen, give this elixir to Lord Yen, he will wake up. Yi Tianyin handed over the elixir. Yan Lingxue excitedly took it without any doubt. She took the elixir to the bedside. After melting it with her spiritual power, she gave it to her father. I don't know, is there any problem now? Yi Tianyin looked at Kong Liang, not knowing what else he wants to say. Kong Liang's face is ugly. Just this move alone is not something he can compare with. He coldly snorted. Let's see what happens first. He refused to admit defeat. Even if Yi Tianyin's alchemy level is better than his, he will not admit defeat until the last moment. After a while, Patriarch Yen moved a little and slowly woke up. He asked in confusion, what's going on? Dad, you're awake. Yan Lingxue was very excited. She just took the pill not long ago, and it already had an effect. Well, I feel much better. The effect of this dragon tail grass is good. The quality of Apothecary Kong Liang's pills is pretty good. After Patriarch Yen got up, he seemed to be in a good state of mind. Although he didn't recover immediately, at least he didn't faint. Kong Liang was extremely embarrassed. How was this pill refined by him? It was completely refined by Yi Tianyin. Dad, this dragon tail grass was not refined by alchemist Kong Liang. It was refined by young master Yi next to him. I didn't expect that refining pills normally wouldn't work. I would need to add your blood to have an effect. This is young master Yi's suggestion. Otherwise, I really don't understand. Yan Lingxue was very excited to see her father in a much better state. It's not made by alchemist Kong Liang. Yan family's lord was stunned and immediately looked at Yi Tianyin. Seeing such a young alchemist, he really didn't believe it. He thought Yi Tianyin was Kong Liang's apprentice. This time, Kong Liang was really speechless. Patriarch Yen seemed to be in a good state of mind. Before, he woke up for a while and immediately fainted. How could he persist for so long? There is no doubt that he has completely woken up and there will be no major problems. Since Patriarch Yen has woken up, I will take my leave. He no longer had the face to stay here. After saying his goodbyes, he turned around and left. He did not stay for long. Yi Tianyin didn't say anything. He just glanced at him. These small characters, As long as they don't provoke him, there's no need to pursue too much. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Reward: 10,000 EXP. Patriarch Yan's favorability increased by 100. Yan Lingshua's favorability increased by 30. Prestige increased by 20. The task was completed perfectly. It should be said that it was completed very easily. There was no difficulty at all. It turned out to be Brother Yi's help. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, I don't know when I would have woken up. Patriarch Yan looked at Yi Tianyin. Such a young alchemist. Naturally, he appreciated him a little. No need, it's nothing. Yi Tianyin smiled. Dad, this dragon tail grass was found by young master Yi. He has already helped me once. Yan Lingxue reminded. There is such a thing. It seems that brother Yi really helped our Yan family a lot. Patriarch Yan smiled gently and immediately said to Yan Lingxue, in that case, don't neglect the distinguished guest. Quickly invite him to the hall to sit down. I will be there soon. Dad, you have to rest well. Yan Lingxue said. Yes, Patriarch Yan, what you need most now is a good rest. Don't cultivate for the time being. Concentrate on healing. The soul injury needs to be healed. You need to rest for a while. Yi Tianyin persuaded. How can I Yi? Patriarch Yan thought for a moment and said, by the way, Yan, what are you going to give to brother Yi? Remuneration. I haven't given him the previous remuneration. Yan Lingxue remembered that when she brought Yi Tianyin here, she didn't think about how much the remuneration would be. Well, since you haven't given him the remuneration twice, I will take out the thing in the house and give it to young Master Yi. Patriarch Yan smiled. Dad, you mean to take out that thing and give it to young Master Yi? Yan Lingxue was startled. Yes, go and get it. Yan family head nodded and confirmed. Yan Lingxue nodded and turned to Yi Tianyin and said, Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I will go and get the remuneration. There's no need for that. It's just a piece of cake. Yi Tianyin waved his hand. He already got the quest reward. Brother Yi, you must accept it. It will definitely help you. Patriarch Yan's eyes were firm. Yi Tianyin wanted to refuse but couldn't say anything. Well, since you said so, I will accept it. Yi Tianyin said. Soon Yan Lingxue came back and brought something wrapped in a red cloth. When she entered the house, she pulled the red cloth and a small cauldron appeared in front of him. This is definitely a treasure, and a very good treasure. This is an alchemy furnace. Yi Tianyin was startled. With just a glance, he knew that this alchemy furnace's grade is very good. At least it is a soul tool. A soul tool alchemy furnace's price is not low. It can't be bought in ordinary places. It is not something that can be bought with gold. Instead, they needed to be exchanged with high-grade materials or precious pills and not with gold. Chapter 56. Yi Tianyin didn't expect that Yan family head would give him an alchemy furnace, and it's even a soul tool. If he sells it, the price will definitely be very high. As for how high it will be at least 1 million or more. Of course, this is only based on the value of gold. The real situation naturally can't be bought with gold. If you really want to count gold, it will be as high as hundreds of thousands, enough to see the weight of this reward. And Yan family head gave this alchemy furnace to him. He doesn't have an alchemy furnace, he can use it for alchemy. The effect will definitely be greatly improved. Especially the success rate, it will be greatly improved. He doesn't need an alchemy furnace for alchemy, but when refining high-level pills, it is necessary to use an alchemy furnace. Not only can it improve the success rate, but also better control the flame, condense the flame. Otherwise, the alchemy furnace would have been scrapped long ago. Unless his level is heaven-defying, otherwise he will have to use an alchemy furnace. This is a soul tool, it's too expensive. Yi Tianyin frowned. Although he thought it was good, he didn't think much about it. He is not specialized in alchemy. Today is his first time refining alchemy. The effect is not bad. However, with his proficiency in alchemy, it is not surprising that he can succeed. It's not expensive, This is the reward for you. Our Yen family doesn't have an alchemist. This purple fire divine furnace is just sitting there. I will give it to Brother E. Yen family had motioned him to put it away. Yes, young master E, please put it away. Our Yen family doesn't have an alchemist. Originally, I wanted to see if there were any talented alchemists in the future, then teach them, but I didn't expect that there would be no alchemist. Yen Lingxue sighed. Yen family's background was not big, resources were limited, training an alchemist was relatively difficult. But this is a soul tool, it's priceless. To be honest, it is a miracle that you can keep it here for so long. If it is known by others, it will definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Yi Tianyin said solemnly, Yen family can't keep this soul tool. This is a typical case of a crime. Yen family's strongest cultivation is this Yen family head, but his cultivation is only at the peak of spirit refinement, not even core condensation. In order to break through to the core condensation stage, he suffered from cultivation deviation. Yes, that's why I think Brother E is very suitable for it, so I gave it to you. Just take good care of it in the future. Yen family head smiled. Yi Tianyin was silent for a while, then said, All right, I'll accept this alchemy furnace, but this thing is extremely valuable. I can't just accept it. As he spoke, he mobilized all the gold he had, and with a wave of his hand, it filled the entire room. Looking at the dazzling gold, they were all stunned. So much gold, at least tens of thousands of taels, right? These were all dropped by Yi Tianyin when he killed the demonic beasts or the cultivators who surrounded him. With a slight movement, he could release the gold. Young master, Yi, I didn't expect you to have so much money. Yen Lingxue took a deep breath. She wanted to use the gold as a reward, but now it seems that she was wrong. This is for your development. I'll stay here for a while. You can purchase alchemy materials or refining materials. I'll help you refine a batch. In this way, your Yen family's strength will grow. This is what I can help you with. In the case of Yen family had been so generous, Yi Tianyin planned to stay here for a while and refine alchemy for them. Of course, this is also to help himself. Not only can he gain experience, he can also gain proficiency. Young master Yi, you can also refine tools? Yen Lingxue and the others were shocked, wondering if they heard wrong. Yes, I can refine high-grade spirit tools, so I can refine a batch of high-grade spirit tools for you. This gold is just right for you to use to buy materials. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, Arrange a room for me. I can't stay here for long, so arrange it as soon as possible. No problem. Yen Lingxue immediately reacted. This is a big opportunity. They can't use this purple fire divine furnace, so they can only choose to give it to Yi Tianyin. They didn't expect that in return. They need what they need the most now. What they need the most is an alchemy furnace. Obviously not, but a large number of resources. After arranging the room, Yen Lingxue returned to the room and said excitedly, Father, you really made a wise move. This young master, he is really a genius. He can even refine tools. You think I like this? Yen family head smiled indifferently. I like him. He is an alchemist at such a young age. Either his background is not bad, or his talent is extremely high. In any case, making friends with this talent is the most important. He doesn't ask for any reward, proving that he is not greedy. He is very worth making friends with. What is a soul tool? He is much more valuable than a soul tool. When our Yen family is in trouble in the future, he will definitely help us. Selling this purple fire divine furnace can also sell for a high price, but there are some things that can't be exchanged with an alchemy furnace. That is a favor. Those things that Yen family head gave to the pavilion master are obviously not what Yen family head needs. Some of them are already kicked away. Why would he continue to help? What he likes is that Yi Tianyin values friendship and righteousness. It would be best if his daughter marries him. That alchemy furnace in the end, isn't it theirs? Father, you mean that Wang family and Zheng family? Yen Lingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of hatred. Yes, if Yen family continues to be like this, sooner or later we will be annexed by them. But now that brother E can help us refine pills and weapons. This can strengthen our Yen family. We can continue to persevere. Yen family head sighed. If he doesn't have a breakthrough in his cultivation, it will be too difficult to keep Yen family safe. Yen Lingxuan nodded lightly, immediately said a few words, and went out to buy materials. Since Yi Tianyin said so, they will not be polite. Soon, they bought all kinds of materials and brought them back for Yi Tianyin to refine. With the help of the alchemy furnace, countless pills were constantly refined, all kinds of cultivation pills, all kinds of healing pills. Refining is also the same after refining a high-grade spirit tool. With the increase of his reputation, the success rate greatly increased, reaching 90% success rate. He doesn't need to use any luck aura anymore. In this state, his experience and proficiency skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 4th level of core condensation. Hey, I leveled up again. How many did I refine? Yi Tianyin doesn't know how many he refined. Unconsciously, he leveled up. Chapter 57. Almost done. Yi Tianyin felt that his refining was almost done. He refined 10 high-grade spirit tools and a large number of medicinal pellets for Yen family. This is already a great reward. Of course, he also got a lot of benefits. He directly leveled up his medicinal pellet proficiency, instantly rushed to intermediate level. Primary medicinal pellet proficiency is relatively low, so it is not difficult to rush to intermediate level. After he finished refining, he got up and walked out of the door. The maid outside hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "Young Master E, how can I help you?" They are on duty here all day, not to guard him, but to see if he needs any help. "Nothing. Take me to see Miss Yen," Yi Tianyin said. The maid hurriedly took him to see Yen Lingxue. When they just arrived at the hall, they heard the conversation from outside the hall. "Yen family head looks good. It seems that there is no big problem." Zhang family head sitting next to him said with a smile, "But it looks like there is a hidden dagger in his smile." "Yes, a few days ago, I heard that Yen family head had some problems in his cultivation, but now his complexion is a lot better, so he specially came to congratulate him." Wang family head smiled and said, "This is our congratulatory gift. Please accept it." Yen family head sat in the middle of the hall. Yen Lingxue stood next to him, but both of them have a friendly smile on their faces. "Many thanks for the kindness of Wang family head and Zhang family head. This Yen family is already very grateful for the two of you coming to see me." Yen family head smiled and did not accept the gift. "No need to be polite. Our two families have been good friends for generations. This is nothing." Wang family head smiled and said, "But this time we came here to ask for Yen family head's help." "What kind of help? Please say it. If this Yen family can help, I will definitely help." Yen family head squinted his eyes and smiled. No one knows what he is thinking. "In fact, it is nothing. I heard that Yen family has an alchemy furnace, and it is also a soul tool. I don't know if I can borrow it?" Wang family head said with a smile. A murderous intent flashed in Yen family's patriarch's eyes. Yen Lingxue's delicate body trembled. When did this news leak out? Wang family head, you must be joking. How could our Yen family have something like that? It's already good enough that we have a few high-grade spirit artifacts. Yen family head laughed. "Pa!" The Wang family head slammed the table beside him, and it shattered into pieces. He sneered and stood up. "Enough, stop acting stupid. The people we planted here have already investigated this soul tool alchemy furnace. Do you think we're stupid? I didn't make a move earlier because I was afraid of your big brother in the Qingxian mansion. Recently, there was news from the Qingxian mansion that your eldest brother died while training outside. What else do you have to rely on now?" His face was torn apart, just like that. His previous gentleness was all an act. Zhang family head stood up with a smile. This smile was so creepy. He gently kicked the box next to him and found that it was actually a coffin. He didn't expect that it was not a gift at all, but a coffin. Yen, family head, be sensible. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the soul tool alchemy furnace and marry your daughter to my son as a concubine. Yen family will not disappear completely. Otherwise, from now on, there will be no Yen family in Tianfeng City. Zhang family head's words were even more straightforward. This coffin is prepared for you. Either you die here, we will bury you well, or you live, it's your choice. Both of them were at the first level of core condensation. Zhang family head was slightly higher. He was about to break through to the second level of core condensation. Overall, he was much stronger than Yen family head. When Yen family head heard that his eldest brother died, there was no surprise on his face, but Yen Lingxue was shocked. Her eyes turned red in an instant. Dad, Uncle He? Her eyes were red. She instantly understood why her father desperately tried to break through to the core condensation stage. Because if he didn't break through to the core condensation stage, Yen family would be besieged by the other two families. Let's go. Yen family head dragged Yen Lingxue and gently pushed her towards the courtyard. At the same time, Yen Lingxue's aura skyrocketed and instantly rose to the peak state. But compared to the two of them, her aura was still too weak. Originally, her cultivation was not as good, plus her soul was injured. How could she recover so easily? Want to leave? Do you think it's possible? The whole Yen family is surrounded by our people. Zhang family head sneered. Yen family head's face became pale, but he gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that even the heavens want me to die." When he woke up, he wanted to evacuate, but the appearance of Yi Tianyan made him temporarily not choose to evacuate. He planned to wait for Yi Tianyan to finish refining the soul tool alchemy furnace, then choose to evacuate. He didn't expect that he would be too slow. I said, hand over the soul tool alchemy furnace and we will let you go. Do you think I am stupid? Do you think I have been the family head for many years? Yen family head said angrily, "You just want to take down our Yen family without wasting a single soldier. You want to let us go. Is that even possible? Zhang family and Wang family will let him go? Obviously it is impossible. Leaving behind a root of trouble will cause endless troubles." Zhang family head and Wang family head showed a cruel smile. It seems that Yen family head's words have spoken their thoughts. Since you know there is nothing to say, the result is as you think. That is a dead end. Zhang family head sneered. A dead end? Who's a dead end? At this time, a figure walked in from the courtyard, followed by Yen Lingxue, standing behind the youth. The youth who walked in is Yi Tianyan. Who are you? Zhang family head looked up and down at Yi Tianyan. He can't see anything. I am just a distinguished guest of Yen family. You want this alchemy furnace? Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand and the purple fire divine furnace appeared in his palm. Their eyes lit up, revealing ecstasy. This is a soul tool. Their heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This is a soul tool, a thing that ordinary sect does not have, but in the hands of a small family head. Yen family head saw Yi Tianyan came in with Yen Lingxue and said anxiously, "You, why did you come back? Yen family is in trouble. It is not very moral to run away." Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "I did not expect to see a group of people coming out of the alchemy furnace. Just now I was outside. I know a little bit. Yen family head, you gave me this alchemy furnace. Originally, you planned to let me take Miss Yen away with me, right?" Chapter 58. Yen family head, I didn't expect you to give this soul tool to this kid. I don't know if you are an idiot or do you believe him? Zhang family head looked at Yi Tianyan and said, sarcastically, "Not only did he not run away, but he also brought his people back. This is really funny. Kid, I will give you a chance. Give me that alchemy furnace. Seeing that you are not a member of Yen family, I will give you a way out." The two family heads look at Yen family's head and Yi Tianyan as if they are idiots. What morality is this? It's just a fart. Being able to survive was the key, not talking about morality and righteousness. Nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? Tianyin sneered. Under the skin there is a dirty heart. If I give you this alchemy furnace, won't you kill me in the end? Will you really let me go? Zhang family head looked at him and sneered. It seems that you are not too stupid. But it is the same if you don't give it to me. I will take it myself. You can't stop me. If you give it to me, I can leave your body intact. But now it seems that it is not necessary. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang family head rushed towards Tianyin. The power of core condensation broke out. The whole room was filled with a very oppressive aura. No one can escape. At this moment, Yan family head rushed in front of them and shouted, "Brother, quickly go! Take Yan away!" All he can do now is to stop Tianyin for a while, but it is impossible to stop them for too long. Yan family head, leave this to me. Tianyin gently pulled his shoulder and dragged him back. Yan family head felt his body was out of control. He slid back and stood next to Yan Lingxue. The next moment, he quickly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. A terrifying suction force rolled out from his palm like a tornado, trying to suck everything in. Absorbing Star's great technique. A terrifying suction force swept out in all directions. Family head Zhang, who was rushing over to snatch the pill furnace, was startled. He wanted to break free from this terrifying suction force, but it was too late. Tianyin fiercely dragged Zhang family's head back and grabbed his arm. 4,000 EXP, 4,300 EXP, 4,200 EXP, under the effect of crazy EXP mode and double EXP pill. His EXP skyrocketed. Family head Zhang only felt that the spiritual energy in his body was quickly sucked out, as if it was being dragged out by something, and he couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. What kind of evil technique is this? Patriarch Zhang was shocked and angry at the same time. He slapped his hand again, trying to send Tianyin flying. However, his palm was easily caught by Tianyin and continued to crazily absorb it. It's a pity that both of his palms grabbed family head Zhang and couldn't double the absorption rate, so the experience gained was almost the same. It doesn't matter what kind of evil technique it is, as long as it can deal with you, it's a good technique. Tianyin smiled coldly, madly extracting the spiritual energy in his body. No matter how hard family head Zhang struggled, he couldn't break free from Tianyin's suction force. His heart was already cold. There was only one reason for this situation. That is, the cultivation of this young man in front of them is much higher than theirs. At such a young age, his cultivation is already higher than theirs. What kind of monster is he? Let go of me. Wang family head didn't just stand there stupidly. He quickly picked up the spiritual sword and stabbed it towards Tianyin's side. The terrifying sharpness flickered in the air, wanting to pierce through Tianyin in one fell swoop. Tianyin's eyes were cold, and he kicked family head Zhang's knee. With a crack sound, family head Zhang screamed and knelt on the ground. His leg seemed to be broken. When he knelt down, Tianyin quickly released one of his hands. With a silent command in his heart, the frost fist on the equipment bar was instantly put on his hand. A light blue luster flowed on the surface of the fist. Compared to the original frost fist, it has more spirituality. Ding! Tianyin grabbed the spiritual sword that was stabbing over. No matter how hard family head Zhang tried, he couldn't stab it at all. Although the grade of the frost fist can only be regarded as a low-grade spiritual weapon, it was not so easy to pierce it. This power, family head Zhang was dumbfounded. He had used all his strength to stab, but he couldn't push Tianyin at all. In the next moment, Tianyin dragged the spiritual sword over, and family head Zhang was also dragged over. However, family head Zhang's reaction was not slow. He instantly let go and turned to escape. He already knew that he can't win, so he can only escape. Want to escape? Come back. Yi Tianyin raised his hand, and a terrifying suction force attacked again. Family head Zheng was abruptly sucked over. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't get rid of this suction force. Finally, his back was sucked by Yi Tianyin, and his spiritual power was madly extracted. This time, the EXP was different. It rose by 800, and it kept rising. Feeling the EXP constantly rising, Yi Tianyin felt very comfortable. If this continues, breaking through will not be difficult. Yan family head and Yan Lingxue, who were standing behind him, were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyin could easily suppress family head Zheng and family head Zheng. It was completely easy without any pressure. Obviously, Yi Tianyin didn't release any terrifying aura, but he still suppressed them. And the gap is not a little bit. This Brother Yi's cultivation is so strong. Yan family head's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that a teenager who is about the same age as his daughter can be stronger than the two family heads. When he gave the alchemy furnace to Yi Tianyin, it was indeed because he was optimistic about Yi Tianyin's future. He also wanted Yi Tianyin to escape with his daughter, but that's a matter for the future. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyin would immediately show such an amazing level. There is no need to wait for the future. His current strength is already very heaven-defying. He can help their Yan family suppress Wang and Zheng family. Young Master Yi's cultivation has reached core condensation. She was shocked and covered her mouth. She didn't know what to say. After a while, the spiritual power in the two's body was completely drained. Yi Tianyin threw them to the front. They collapsed on the ground and kept rolling their eyes. The absorbing star's great law caused a lot of damage to them. Their spiritual power was constantly being drained, and it also hurt their mental state. But soon they calmed down, and when they saw Yi Tianyin standing in front of them, their eyes were full of fear. "You, who exactly are you? Which sect are you from?" The two of them knew that they kicked an iron plate, and it's not a thick iron plate. This kind of monstrous genius, there is no force behind him. It is absolutely impossible. Chapter 59. Yi Tianyin's cold voice made them shiver. Which sect is the most important? The most important thing now is to survive. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Winner takes all. If you want to kill me, it's up to you. Zheng family's head immediately calmed down. He did not beg for mercy, but chose to accept his fate. This courage is worthy of praise. Not bad, you have a bit of courage, but unfortunately I don't appreciate it. After that, Yi Tianyin threw out immortal fire. The terrifying flame immediately wrapped around Zheng family's head and instantly engulfed his body. At this moment, he activated luck aura, 5 times luck. Ah! Zheng family's head screamed in pain. He kept rolling, trying to extinguish the flame, but no matter how he rolled, he couldn't extinguish the flame. Originally, his spiritual power was drained. It is impossible to resist the invasion of the flame. After a while, Zheng family's head was burned to death. Burned into a pile of coke, there was no sign of life. Ding successfully killed Zheng family's head. Gained 40,000 EXP. Life Flying Soul Snatch Secret Art. Human level high grade martial art, 1000 crazy point. His EXP has quadrupled. He gained 40,000 EXP, which is quite good. This is the effect of doubling, but also the effect of high cultivation. A level core condensation can provide 10,000 EXP. The most important thing is that Zheng family's head is not a big boss. He can only be regarded as a small elite. Cultivation is higher than the previous Zheng family's head, but it doesn't mean that he can become a big boss. He needs to meet certain conditions. As for how to determine the position, Yi Tianyin doesn't know anyway. He just needs to kill. Not bad. This can't be wasted. Yi Tianyin certainly won't let them go. It's not a matter of experience, but they were so cruel just now. If he didn't improve his cultivation recently, he will really die here. He was never cruel, but once someone provoked him, then don't blame him for being cruel. When Wang family head saw Zheng family head turned into charcoal, He quickly crawled up and knelt in front of Yi Tianyin, begging for mercy. Please don't kill me. I will listen to you. As long as you let me go, my Wang family will listen to your instructions in the future. Wang family head was obviously not as courageous as Zheng family head. He quickly begged for mercy. He didn't want to die. As the head of the Wang clan, how could he possibly wish to die? I feel that even if you listen to my instructions, you will betray me in the future. I have no interest in people like you. After saying that, Yi Tianyin flung out a stream of flames, which wrapped around the Wang family's head. Miserable cries rang out continuously as the Wang family's head rolled on the ground. The spiritual power that he had recovered with great difficulty was of no use against these flames. He was still burnt to a crisp. Both of them were not in the same level of cultivation. The power of immortal fire was naturally more amazing. Killing him in a second was not difficult at all. Ding, killed Wang family head, gained 40,000 EXP, Hegemon Cloud secret art, human level high-grade martial art, 1000 crazy point. He gained a lot of EXP and human level martial art, but this martial art is meaningless to him. The grade is too low, he has no interest at all. But since he gave it to him, he will keep it. He can give it to someone else someday. I haven't leveled up yet. It seems that I need a lot of EXP now. Yi Tianyin adjusted his current attributes, and it was clear at a glance. Player, Yi Tianyin level. 24, 4th level core condensation. EXP. 28728 crazy point prestige. 70 points cultivation technique. Dark North divine art. Dragon God secret art martial arts. Absorbing stars great technique. Sky cloud step. 10,000 swords return to origin weapon. Frost fist, scarlet dagger. Wind chasing blade, heavenly wind blade armor. Snow wolf battle boots. Divine armor, shadow cloak divine ability. Crazy mode, luck aura bloodline. Dragon god bloodline ornaments. Forging god hammer. Power bracelet, power ring, power belt all items. 20 recovery medicinal pill, 8 double EXP pill. Gift pack LV 31-inch. I need 600,000 EXP to level up. No wonder I can't level up even after absorbing their spiritual power. Yi Tianyin shook his head, but he found that the experience gained from absorbing spirit power is more than killing them, so it's more cost-effective. If he can, he is willing to do this, but if there are too many enemies around, he won't have a chance to absorb spiritual power. Absorbing stars' great technique is more suitable to deal with a small number of enemies. If there are too many, he can't absorb spiritual power slowly, unless the grade is higher. After killing the two, he turned around and saw the two stunned people. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "No, I don't know, brother. How strong is your cultivation?" Yen, family head, asked dumbfoundedly. 3rd or 4th level of core condensation. Anyway, that's about it. Yi Tianyin smiled, took out a storage ring, and handed it to Yen Lingxue, and said, "There are medicinal pills and weapons inside. It's enough to upgrade your Yen family's power by a few levels. The rest is either choose to leave Tianfeng City, or choose to stay in Tianfeng City. How to choose, it's up to you. Anyway, the two family heads have been killed by me. I don't know if you have any enemies?" No. Our Yen family has never had any enemies. It's just that they were too greedy and aimed at our alchemy furnace. That's why this situation happened. Yen family head sighed. It's really a crime to have a treasure, but he can't just hand it over. How to deal with the rest, it's up to you. I've cleared the cultivators outside. It's time for me to leave. Yi Tianyin smiled. Before he came in, he had already cleared the guards outside. Otherwise, Yen Lingxue wouldn't have followed him. But Yen Lingxue didn't expect that Yi Tianyin's cultivation would be so strong, much stronger than the two family heads. "Young master, Yi, are you going to leave like this?" Yen Lingxue wanted to keep him, but she couldn't think of any reason. Yi Tianyin's performance is too eye-catching. But they all think that behind Yi Tianyin there must be a powerful sect behind him, so they don't have the qualifications to keep him. Yes, I still have something to do. When Yi Tianyin was about to say something, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A group of people came in from the outside. Among the people who came in, there is an acquaintance present. That is Kong Liang. Apart from Kong Liang, there were two other experts with extremely powerful auras. They had just entered, and their auras were overbearing. The entire room was enveloped by their terrifying might. Yi Tianyin looked up, the appraisal eye automatically opened, and immediately the information of the strong cultivator appeared in front of him. 4th level core condensation, wearing a soft golden muslin, can easily resist the attack of spirit refinement realm. Early core condensation realm can resist more than half of the power. Comprehensive combat power is 23,000.